Dāmas un kungi, Latvijas valsts prezidents Edgars Rinkēvičs.
Riga skolā. Ja cienījamā.
The Minister of Education, ladies and gentlemen, friends. First of all, I would like to thank our international guests for your participation in the National Competitiveness Forum and for your openness to share your experiences, your ideas. And of course, especially, I would like to thank the National Competitiveness Commission and the members of the Commission for organizing this forum. So first, I want to say that the forum we're experiencing now is the forum with a lot of discussions, a lot of conversations, and of course, there might be some questions asked. And obviously, those discussion forums and conversations we have had, we have written strategies, we have harmonized strategies, visions have been written. But the big question quite often is, what does it give us? Where do we arrive? So what I want to stress is that this day of discussion will not be able to solve all of our problems, that we will be able to come to an agreement about everything, and then we will be able to breathe out and live our lives as we like it. No, the point is that we want to come up with ideas. We also want to think about the implementation of those ideas. And understanding that it will be the legislator, the executive power, the president, and public administration to work with those ideas. So basically, competitiveness, we should be viewed not as a competition for the only victory, but to a large extent, our ability to work together. We will be able to work together and do one thing, maybe several things, but to do it brilliantly, and also not to be afraid to work together with our neighbors. This is responsibility for all of us, the public administration, industries, as well as small and big public and private companies, and also every member of the society. Quite often, I go to regions and cities in Latvia, and I also go to schools and universities as well as companies. And I can say that we are a small, a compact country with smart, creative people. But what we sometimes lack is courageousness, agility, and quite often also flexibility in what we do. So if we could improve on those points, then those good ideas that do show up, then they wouldn't be drowned in the attitude that the idea is good, but will we be able to come to bring it to fruition? We want to really do things and to achieve things. I believe that we can do great things if we do real things, even if those real things, if those real actions are small. I do believe in the snowball effect. If a decision is made and the job is done, it is worth more than a lot of good plans and a lot of papers that somehow get forgotten. A year ago, I set up the National Competitiveness Commission, and the main task of that commission was to break down big challenges of our society into specific steps and to identify what changes we can do so that we can increase competitiveness. For example, we jointly prepared legislative changes to make it easier to attract talented foreign professors to Latvian universities. I am convinced, and the Commission was convinced, that this will facilitate the inflow and exchange of knowledge and strengthen our academic community. And I also want to thank the Parliament that did support in the third reading those changes in the legislation. So the next step is for the President to sign, and it will be passed into law. But now the next step. At this point, the universities or us politicians and public administration, we will not be able to say anymore that something is lacking from the legal point of view. So now we can only say that we have to act. Of course, there will be also discussions that we do need more money for that, and most probably the Minister of Education will say, yes, exactly, we do need more money for higher education, for research and development. And I'm also sure that the Minister of Finance will say, well, we don't have money for everything we want to achieve. Yeah, this is reality of life. But then we have to understand that now will be the big test. Will the universities use that legally opened opportunity? How do we get to the point when in our universities, the researchers, the professors from other countries do come and make everything more competitive? How we'll be able to motivate the universities and academic community to really attract professors, researchers in such a way that the universities themselves would develop, and so that young people who are thinking, should I stay in Latvia for higher education or should I go abroad, so that those young people would choose Latvia. We do not have bad quality of higher education, no, but we can always improve. And this is one small thing that has been legally achieved. Now the next step, the big step, is improvements that can be done in our academic community. So talking about the next steps of the National Competitiveness Commission is that we have to work on strengthening the role of state capital companies and economic development. And we have several issues that we have to solve on data sharing and public administration, because what happens, and sometimes data is in hands of one company or one institution, but there is some sort of a feudalism in this respect, because those institutions are not willing to share. So what we want to do is we want to take small steps to make sure that those hurdles, administrative hurdles, are removed. But then, of course, the next step is to make sure that public administration institutions do use those opportunities. If we stop moving, we quickly get cold, and unfortunately, this is exactly what happened with our economy. European institution industries and governments, unfortunately also the Latvian government, and as well as our companies, invest too little in innovation research and technological development. And it is quite painful to understand, to realize it, but we are in it together. We are all in a low growth environment. We are in the average tech trap. When I went to the United States and to Germany, I could see and realize that comparing, for example, with the US and China, the European Union is weaker in adopting, commercializing, and scaling up of new technologies. And here, unfortunately, Latvia, being an EU country, is at the EU level, we are not one of the leaders. And that's why I can see three important areas where we are able to achieve good breakthroughs. Data and artificial intelligence, this is the first area. Sustainable energy and security, those are areas 2 and 3. Latvia is one of the leaders in digitizing public administration services. And this is good. We are proud of our achievements, but sometimes we forget that development is a constant process, and quite often after some time we're somewhere in the middle, and maybe we are among those who have not achieved much anymore. So that's why it's important, if we do have a leading position in an area, we want to keep it, we want to develop. At this point, the Cabinet of Ministers is working on creating a National Center of Artificial Intelligence. This would operate as a public-private partnership with the aim of making Latvia the most open country in implementing reliable artificial intelligence solutions. But of course, we still have a lot of things to do, both legally, from the company's point of view, and also from the academic point of view. So in the energy area, we want to compete with a good price for clean energy. In defense, of course, defense is extremely important, taking into account what is happening in in Europe, understanding the geopolitical challenges. We have different technologies, drone technologies. We have a lot of research and development, but we can see that Russia's war in Ukraine is the one that pushes technological development. We can see that things that were okay half a year ago are not okay anymore. So for us, we have to be ambitious. We have to understand what we do. So for example, if we write some criteria today, and then a year later when we started tendering procedure, because when we have this very secure procedure, and then in a year we will get good results. But unfortunately, this is not the way, because what is good right now, a year later will not be sufficient. It's not enough to just write down good procedures, good criteria. I remember in California, the state's finance minister, she said that here in the States, we are trying to do things fast, but in Latvia, you're trying to do everything perfect. But actually, if we could achieve something in the middle. Sometimes, of course, when things are going fast, then they're not always precise, but we want to be somewhere in the middle. Of course, we have to be genuinely trying to do what we want, and we have to accept that not always the results will be quick, and we have to have that courage to imagine. We have to have hunger for success, and we have to be able to allow to make mistakes. And if we make mistakes, what happens is that we want to immediately find someone who made the mistake. No, this is not the way. Of course, we don't want to have mistakes that are expensive, that are without reliability, that people do not understand what they're doing. No, but we do realize that some mistakes have to be accepted, and we have to change our mentality in this respect. So in this respect, it's not that we can come up with one law or with one presidential order, either number 2 or number 10, that we will be able to come up with this solution. This is our common goal, our common work. Another point that we have to discuss is that we sometimes play the theater of innovation, but we want to genuinely implement the innovations. As I have already mentioned, sometimes we do want to innovate and experiment, but only in a way that is safe. In public administration, yes, we often focus on broad systemic problems, and we are trying to come up with systemic, complex solutions. Everything is by the book, perfect, but the results are not there. This is something we have to understand. So that is the reason that we sometimes get bogged down in bureaucracy, which we do criticize. And starting from the state president to anybody in the public administration, we have to work to make sure that bureaucracy is minimized. But when a specific question has to be solved, you will see people from the public administration, also politicians, they will be fighting against it, because they would say that if we change that, then the end of the world will come today, not in a week. So the thing is, if we do want to become flexible, if we do want to come up with new solutions, we do have to change our mentality. So one thing, and it is part of the written speech, and I understand that it's easy to say but difficult to act upon, is that we do have controllers, supervisors, and there it says that we want to ask and to invite the public administration to be courageous now and not in 25 years. Well, the thing is, I always remind them that from a criminal law point of view, 25 years is something that you can easily get. But no, we have to understand what is our common goal. We have to trust each other. We have to trust the legislator, the executive power, to make sure that we are able to come up with good solutions. And of course, in some cases, we have to investigate and we have to make sure that the culprits are responsible. So one thing I want to say today is that it's easy to come up with speeches, easy to give speeches, but to do actions, to perform the actions, that's not easy. So from my point of view, or what we are doing today at this forum is to understand in the 3 blocks that we are discussing, what specifically we can do together. What are the things that we can reject? What are the things that we want to achieve together? So I don't want to expect that after this forum there will be huge solutions. But if we are able to come up with 2-3 specific steps that we can take and to take those steps later, then just as I said at the very beginning, the snowball effect will come. So even though there are the limitations, resources are limited, personnel is limited, finances are limited, I'm still convinced that if we think that we can do things. So quite often what happens is when in dire straits, then we act very quickly. But if the situation is calm, we quite often do nothing. So at the end of my speech, I want to wish you a fruitful discussion and, of course, see you in the afternoon. Then when I will be here for an interview, I know there will be some nasty questions fired my way. But at this point, I'm saying thank you so much for being here. This is very nice that you were able to give that day to us. And I understand you're very busy. And see you in the afternoon.
Your Excellency, Madam Minister for Education, ladies and gentlemen, I am Edgars. I'm a member of the National Competitiveness Commission, and I'm also the moderator of this forum today. Our forum has 2 languages, 2 working languages, the official language of the state, Latvian, and English. The introductory speech and the first 2 panel discussions will be held basically in English, and the 3rd panel discussion, which I will moderate, will be held in Latvian and partly in English. And the last section, when Mr. Sauka is going to torture our president with his questions, also will be held in Latvian. So if you need headphones for interpretation, please take them. And now I will continue in English, because now we start the English part of the forum.
Speaker has the characteristics of what used to be called a Renaissance man, or a man of many talents. He's a board member of the European Innovation Council and a strategic advisor to the NATO Innovation Fund. He's a special advisor for digital and technological sovereignty to Margrethe Vestager, the executive vice president of the European Commission, and also a deep tech investment expert and executive. He's also, and the list goes on, I've cut it down quite a lot. He's also a lecturer at MIT, where his research focuses on the success factors for university-industry partnerships, innovation, ecosystems, and mission-driven research and innovation. And these are all issues which are absolutely central and relevant to the work of our National Competitiveness Committee and themes which we'll be discussing in this forum. So it really is my very great honor to give the floor to Dr. Lars Frølund. I've been working on the surname.
Wow. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be with you today. I'm very grateful for the invitation and we had a fantastic dinner, by the way, also yesterday evening, where we were able to discuss, in a way, a lot of the issues that you, Mr. President, brought up. And I agree with all of the things that you have said, and I'll try to touch upon some of them. In a way, what I'm going to say now is a keynote, but it's also a little bit, what we'll take on as we go into the panel right after. It's true that I do many things, and I think but just to be clear where I ended up, so you know what my background is, and maybe that's a comfort to some people. I have a background in philosophy. I studied continental philosophy and French literature originally. I'm not an economist, but maybe what you'll see is I hope that it speaks to some of the things that I would like to suggest for you today. We are in what I call the usual time period in Europe where a lot of reports are coming out. We had the Draghi report, we had the Letta report, we had the Heitor report coming out. So what's happening now is sort of the ritual. Every sort of 4 to 5 years we get this report, and it's alarm bells are ringing, we need to wake up, and what happens is that we fall asleep again, fundamentally, in Europe. So I'll try to speak to 3 things that I believe that we need to do to stay awake, fundamentally. So I want to appreciate first and foremost by talking about, we hear about competitiveness. So let's start by stating maybe the obvious. There's 2 ways to compete. You can compete to win, and you compete not to lose. Europe have excelled in its way to compete not to lose. It still needs to find its way, and maybe this also goes for Latvia, to figure out how it can compete to win. The thing is, you can only compete to win if you know how winning looks like. Try playing chess to win without knowing how checkmate looks like. So in a way, the question that I'm asking is, how does winning look like today? How does checkmate look like today if we are to compete to win in a world that, quite frankly, has radically changed since the invasion of Russia into Ukraine? So those are some of the things that I would like to sort of focus on and then suggest 3 solutions to the question, how does winning look like for Europe? And I'll ask you the question, how does winning look like for Latvia? A way to talk about this is that you talk about competitiveness here, and it's the usual economist way of looking at things. It's been the common paradigm, let's say, since '89, when the wall fell down. And we had the first, right after the first Clinton administration, by the way, that sort of set forth what was to become the globalization of the world. And not only the Berlin Wall falling down, but we invented, in a way, the whole global community, and we were able to trade with each other without any walls at the end of the day. As some of you who's old enough, like me, to remember, it was a time where the advisor of the first Clinton administration said that it's about the economy, stupid. That paradigm, in so many ways, is also called in Washington language, sort of like the Washington consensus. So it's the whole push for different type of institutions that would push for like trade agreements. It's the World Trade Organization. It's all of those things that we have normally lived by. And the way that you would normally compete in this world is that you would try to sort of balance any barriers that might be there so that you can be globally competitive, fundamentally. It's the time period when we start saying globalization. Before that, being international was good enough. Suddenly, we were to become global at the time. And we talked about startups being born global. All those type of things was really what happened. What I'm arguing now is that fundamentally that changed with Russia's invasion of Ukraine. What I'm telling you is that it is not any longer about the economy, stupid. It's also about the security, stupid. So suddenly there's a new paradigm that we are still trying to figure out how to integrate. Because whereas the first paradigm from, let's say, '89 till February, when the invasion happened, was really about, everything was about promoting whatever you could as a country, promoting Europe towards any other parts of the world. But suddenly, the whole protect mechanism came about. Also, obviously also accompanied by a much larger context, which is the competition with China. And to some extent, the competition between Europe and the US, by the way. So suddenly we have two paradigms. We have a paradigm about is the economy stupid over here, and we have a paradigm about it's about the security stupid. The first one is about promoting, the other one is about protecting at the end of the day. And protecting, I can make that more concrete. It's about building new trade agreements where we're actually building walls. You know, the most significant example of this is probably the dictum around small yards with a high fence, which comes from the US National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, who actually gave the speech at the Brookings Institute about US economic policy. So the National Security Advisor is presenting the US economic policy, right? So with those two, they kind of found each other and had a baby. And the name of that baby is economic security, which is the fundamental thing that we're trying to achieve today, is to balance, promote, and protect. And how can we do that in the right way? So that means that fundamentally how we compete and how we compete to win and checkmate in that sense have changed, because it's about finding that balance. So for those that I think that is now on this council on competitiveness, you could talk about yourselves as being not only a council about competitiveness, but also about security, about economic security, and it's a totally different paradigm that you are considering. So let me ask sort of the question then, how can Europe and then Latvia then compete to win within this new paradigm of both the economy, about security, about economic security? And I'll point to three things that I think needs to happen, because one of the other sicknesses that we have in Europe is that we are so incredibly good at identifying and being nerdy about the problem. When it comes to the solution, we are often lacking. That's where we cannot actually agree. What we can have long speeches about the problem. So that's also, by the way, what I've done now. Okay? So let me just give you three things that I think needs to happen. And if I saw that, and if Latvia was participating in that, I would say from my personal viewpoint, oh, you've started not competing, not to lose, but competing to win. Two fundamental different ways to do things. The first of all, we have fundamentally last 30 years lost our ability to fund and take risk in the way that we do our research investments and the way that we do our technology development. We have created institutions across Europe that value more peer review and value more that we get the money spent in the right way than we actually get the right type of impact. This may sound like very nerdy things, but fundamentally we have created a funding system around Europe where we are more based on consensus than actually making bets on those heretical ideas that fundamentally might actually get us to breakthroughs in Europe. So we have put us in a place of consensus and complacency, fundamentally built into the whole system, so that I'm afraid now, and I do not know enough about Latvia, whether it's the case of you, that if somebody shows up today and says, I can do something about something called mRNA, we would say, no, I don't need you. I don't want you at the end of the day. So when we now hear this whole renewed talk again and again about a DARPA for Europe, the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, it is not as much about having a DARPA-like approach. It is actually about having a DARPA-like approach in Europe, but what it's fundamentally targeting is that we have lost in the way that we appreciate the heretics. What do I mean by a heretic? I mean those researchers that have those ideas that are at the outskirts of a current scientific paradigm, to say it with Thomas Kuhn, in the way that we have scientific paradigms. We have institutionalized that we are disciplining what we already know and not appreciating what we do not know yet. And if we keep doing that in Europe, it's the other parts of the world that will keep leading, because the new technologies will not come from Europe, and they might not also come from Latvia at the end of the day. It's quite interesting. DARPA is often lauded in the US as a particular type of approach because they are able to appreciate those heretical ideas. They were the first founders of drones, Siri, stealth technology. And by the way, in 2013, they invested into 2 very small companies that couldn't get any funding from anywhere else. One of those companies was called Moderna, and the other one was called CureVac in Germany. It's quite interesting that the US Defense Agency is also investing in Europe, just so you know. My point is that if we were to turn back time, I'm not sure that we would have funding agencies in Europe that would appreciate those type of ideas at that time. So we fundamentally need to adopt a new type of risk mentality. What I'm talking about here is quite radical. We need to have funding agencies in research and early stage technology development that are not fundamentally built on peer review and transparency, but to some degree on opacity and idiosyncrasy. We need to allow for that in the way that we give money. If we do not start allowing for idiosyncrasy and allow for some kind of opacity, we will only fund what everyone else agrees upon is a good idea to fund. And we all know, if I have an idea and no one's laughing, my level of ambition isn't high enough. Right now, we have a system in Europe where nobody's laughing. That's a problem. Second thing, let's imagine that we now have these great ideas and we've invested into a heretic. Tavi is one of them, by the way, who's sitting over there. Yeah, sorry to put you in a box, but you are, right? Okay, at the time where those ideas have come to the market in Europe and in Latvia, we start applauding them, nice job, right? We give them some money, maybe they get a grant to get onto the market, to get some money for a demonstration. Maybe we give them a Series A funding to get some venture capital. Great to see you again. The problem is, and that's the European sickness, and it's also a Latvian sickness. At the time where they actually need the substantial money to not only being a national player or a European player, but being a global player, so the numbers are quite clear. It's where the investment in venture capital goes beyond 35 million euros. There is very, very little money in Europe. And right now, those companies that we've paid everything for, everything, with taxpayers' money, by the way, are now moving either to the US or what the numbers are actually showing now, not even to the US, to the Middle East. In the old paradigm before the invasion, that was a competitiveness problem. Like, oh, we are losing jobs. That's the talk of the minister of losing jobs, okay? The problem now is that a lot of those companies are dual-use companies. So we're not only losing the jobs, we're losing the solutions that is important for our security. So we need to do something about this now. So what I'm suggesting is that we need to build a very, very big growth stage venture capital fund for Europe that is able to actually do those type of investments that goes way beyond 35 million euros. And I've calculated the sum of this venture capital fund. It needs a capitalization of 20 billion euros that it will be able to deploy over 7 years across Europe. And in doing that, it will be able to get us on par with the US in terms of ownership of domestic funding. We are right now at 50% on average the last 10 years in Europe. US is in 75%. So they're better at funding their own companies and securing that they stay inside themselves so they can get the benefit. Those 25 percentage point is 20 billion euros. That's a huge sum of money, but it isn't that much over maybe 7 to 8 years if we actually get together as Europe. Third thing, get together as Europe is the main problem. To say it with Henry Kissinger, who do you call when you call Europe? What I'm advocating here is what I call collective economic statecraft. It is where those nations go together in the European Union to actually fundamentally do these things together. Because quite frankly, what we're seeing right now is that despite that there is a European project that's moving forward, and we are looking forward to some great budget discussions about the next framework program, or MFF as it's called in Brussels language. What I'm fearing is that what we're seeing because of this new security paradigm is national sovereignty. We are building walls around our own countries, and we've forgotten that the only way to win is only by not hunting alone. We need to hunt together. So none of these things about actually on the European market to start appreciating the heretical ideas, and secondly, actually having the type of capital so that great Latvian companies become global players, is not a Latvian problem. That's a European moral issue that we need to solve for everyone at the end of the day. So with that, I ask you again the question, so Latvia, how does your winning look like if you are to achieve in the race of economic security? Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Lars. The President has to leave us now, but he will be back this afternoon for the final session for the Fireside chat. Now, I will ask my colleague from the Competitiveness Committee, Liene Briede from the Riga Technical University, to come onto the stage and to be joined by her fellow panelists. So, Lars, you have to continue working, and our fellow colleagues, please, if you could join Liene here. Liene, the panel is yours.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, guests. Oh, I have a really nice panelist. They already know that they need to come. Thank you. Hopefully I had a chance to at least welcome some of them. But Ints, please. So Ints Dalders, advisor to the Prime Minister, please join to the stage. But even you came without welcoming. Anyway, I would love to say that Lars is the most talented person that I know regarding that already, or my colleague mentioned before, all the list of different kind of jobs you do. So thank you for being here. Also, Albert Cirera, so full professor of electronics engineering at the University of Barcelona and former vice president or vice-rector of entrepreneurship, transfer, and innovation in the University of Barcelona. So welcome. Also, already you know from the Lars keynote speech, Tavi. So Tavi Mediberg, CEO and co-founder of Skeleton Technologies, and then. Not least, Ints Dalders, advisor to the Prime Minister. So really nice panel today. And our topic today is intellectual capital of science and innovation, if it's breakthrough in the knowledge economy. So I will start with a reflection of the keynote. Thank you, Lars, for the keynote. And I would ask other panels, do you have already some takeouts from that you hear some minutes ago? So please, Albert. So do you have some takeouts from the keynote that Lars gave just a minute ago?
I really agree that we have to work all together in Europe. This is especially a good point. The fences of small yards should be broken, and we have to build a common fences through, and together with the countries that work in the same line that us. Yesterday during the afternoon dinner, I have the feeling that we, the peripheral states of Europe, we have to run better and faster. And for this, we have to align our strategies. So I completely agree for this talk, and I think that really we have to do in this line, to work together, to have a common orientation in our economic and defense strategies.
So I think Lars covered all the messages, and we can close down the panel already. But maybe to add to this one, just a question to the audience, that if you look at US dollar terms, how much has the European economy per capita grown from 2008? Like 2008 until now. How much? it's definitely less growth. But if you look at the currency rate, when maybe it's 8 to 10%, like literally from US dollar terms, Europe has grown in 16 years 10%. US has grown 70%. So we are getting really poor. And here in the eastern flank, I come from Estonia. Of course, we could say that maybe Estonia and Latvia is poor, but look at the Western Europe. So what do you think that today France, compared to US states, where France would rank in terms of US states? Which place? Any guess? So basically, latest data is that Mississippi, which is the poorest state in US, would now beat up France. Germany is somewhere in place 40. So I think first point is here that in terms of the economic situation, we have really a risk to become a technology museum. And we need to do something about growth. But last point is actually a much more important point. But you know, when your house is burning, and you have a discussion that should we use a wet towel to clean the floors, then maybe that is not the right discussion. Because from security perspective, Europe is facing the highest level of risk, what we have seen in decades. And now the issue is following that if we don't do something about it, then it's not a question of how is the economy doing if you are in gulag, so to speak. And here in the eastern flank, we know about it. But I put it in economic perspective. Currently with Ukraine, we are struggling to find 50 billion in Europe. Super hard. Cannot be found, no money. What do you think how much we spend on COVID in Europe? 840 billion. It was found in a week. How much we spend on the energy crisis, because the energy prices are super high? 800 billion. And what is Lars suggesting? Lars is suggesting a meager 20 billion to be found. And this puts things into perspective. And last thought, maybe what I finish with is that if you think about economic competitiveness, the president brought out in his speech one topic of defense. What do you think, who are the top 5 companies in European defense in terms of volume? Where do they come from? Not Thales. 5 companies, they are all from US. All of them. And when we say, yes, we need more defense investments, and at the same time, if you look at the European institutions, go ask EIC, us, I'm a board member, go ask EIB, I want to do lethal-only technology. Can it be done? No. Because we are still saying that it's a compliance issue. We have a war at hand. We are buying stuff from US. That's where the money, taxpayer money is going. And when we are struggling, like we can't find the 20 billion what is being suggested, or we can't find for Ukraine support 50 billion. And what I suggest here is the following, that from the eastern flank, but across Europe, if we don't have the courage to take the economic investments and security investments, we will stay as world's largest technology museum. But where all the tour guides will be in Russian. Think about it. On that bombshell, I pass the word. Sorry for the long monologue.
Thank you, and thank you, Lars, for so inspiring keynote speech. Actually, so many things we can take from that to talk and think about. But as one, I can take that we are not in a time, but we can just discuss and talk. It's time to act. And it's the same as our president said, because of course we Europeans and especially Latvians, we can talk a lot and discussing and try to precisely the right way, but I think it's time to be more risky, to act right now and spend money for that things what we need and what we need exactly in this time. And economical security, it's we should change all the thinking. Now we are totally in another environment around. Thank you.
So a lot of comments already. That's great. I will also comment that I hear that you mentioned, and I believe it's extremely important. And you mentioned that we are great to name the problems, but not with the solutions. And then I thought, is it true? Because if it's true that we know the euro problems and we can name them loudly, or we're trying to somehow cover it, and just to make it nice, with the highlights, we have a lot of reports. If we can say loudly what's the problem, because let's be honest, we are lacking back regarding economy growth, regarding the investments, regarding all the innovation capacity. So there's, big change in this last 20 years. So are we brave enough to name the problems? Because if we will name the problems right, we will find the right solutions. And my guess is that there's no right problems identified before. So that's why we just put some solutions there. Maybe you can comment on this.
I can start at least, right? I think I still believe that we are very good at writing reports and we're a little bit better on implementing. I think it's always been like, it's, great to be, chief of strategy, but, like most organizations would also, we're not applauding, the chief of getting shit done. And I think there is just like a mentality change that needs to just like fundamentally shift in the way that we do things. I think what could be quite interesting is if we're obviously we're in a situation where we need to fundamentally find an enormous amount of money. There is currently an agreement that we do not want to issue more bonds because that was how we've funded, everything else, because we don't have the economy to it. So we need to have massive investment, but with no money. So the good thing is, we could start crying, and there's a lot of people crying, but we could also see this as a huge opportunity to actually unlock where the real wealth of Europe is lying. And it is in our pension funds, fundamentally, and in our family offices. It is mind-boggling that we have not been able to incentivize enough our pension funds in Europe. If we just took 2% of the pension funds in Europe, we would have more than sufficient capital to actually do this. But for some reason, we can't actually figure out doing this. And we are in this weird situation where a lot of the European pension funds, where they actually do investments, is actually in the US, whereas the dominant pension funds that flow into Europe and as investing into our startups, for example, come from Canada and the US. So it's quite interesting to see that 12% of the investment into German startups comes from Canadian and American pension funds. So when German companies are doing well, American pensioners are winning, whereas European pensioners are not even invested into those companies. We sometimes invest outside of Europe. So I think there is, in terms of the solution, I think one of the key things that we need to do is that we need to unlock that type of wealth, and that could be done, well, I can tell how I would do it. It's going to be very nerdy. It's going to be around tax incentives. It's going to be via regulation and stuff like that. But if we keep talking about solving this problem via public capital, we're going to get nowhere. I think we need, at the end of the day, to get the private patient capital at the table. And the main problem there is that the current powers that sit at the table from the public side are hesitant to get the private capital to the table because that means losing power. So they would rather not solve the problem and retaining power instead of actually getting the private capital to the table because they will not participate in this without also being able to set the direction of where the investment goes. That's the main problem that I'm seeing, and that's where I spend most of my days. Sorry.
I already see that there's some comments on this, please.
Yeah, thanks. So to add to what Lars was saying is that in terms of capital concentration, and I think this is too little talked about, but if we want to have winners in Europe, then it's right indeed that even if I look at Skeleton, what I founded, when now we have invested, it's getting close to $500 million, and we are still small in global terms. And if you look at, I bring you one good example, that usually people think that the public sector financing, Europe does the public sector, US has perfect capital markets. If you think about Tesla, when back in 2011, when Elon Musk did the IPO, he raised $220 million US. But before that, he had gotten a Department of Energy loan of $500 million. And think about it, like back in 2010, Elon Musk coming to you and saying, yeah, I will build a new car company. I have not built a properly working car, and I'm a little bit doing LSD as well, but please, give me that $500 million. And the government saying, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Like, let's do that. And if you benchmark with Europe, where there were no such incentives, and the risk-taking is not there, because it's much more convenient to say that, well, let's pick like 50 companies and let's give them like 5 to 10 million each, and the ecosystem will build. And I think that I put another emphasis on this one, that from public sector, there needs to be more capital concentration, but the real deal comes down to what Lars said. If you look at the pension funds, family offices, when US is dominated by, let's say, new money. If you look at the Forbes list, most of the people are self-made. They are still active going after new businesses. In Europe, it is mostly coming from old money. And now we will not force them to invest, but we can create the system, whether from taxation perspective, from incentives, that they would do such investments. And believe me, I think that talking to high net worth individuals, they want to do something about Europe, but that needs to be pushed and incentivized, and also from policy perspective said out clearly that, guys, we want to see European companies, high net worth individuals do something about defense, because otherwise we will not win the next war.
I would like you to point the attention to the other side of the coin. Certainly the investment is important, I don't say, but it's not my specialty, it came from academia. So there is another point that is important, is where to invest. So as you mentioned, Lars, before, if we don't have kind of Moderna or Oxford Nanopore or other companies, we can't invest. So the point is, are we exciting the creation of new companies, spin-offs, or startups in Europe properly? From the point of view of the academia, no, at all. When you go to conferences, and I talk to my colleagues in the United States, in Israel, in China, they are always excited in the creation of new companies. They have something new. They will create this company, and later I will publish the paper. But not in our case. This in Spain, people is solely engaged, professors are all engaged with the publishing papers. Is this a strategy? Is it good? My answer is clearly not. We have to excite the creation of spin-outs or spin-offs and also startups. Even the PhD students here only see the academic career as a possibility, but not the creation of companies. It's something that we have to force to work clearly, and for me, it's one of the clear problems. To have these companies to later, for sure, to do the investment.
Okay, so several questions are open. I would love to continue. So Lars already mentioned about the different kind of reports, Europe Law reports. And one of those reports I read yesterday, maybe you have read it also, it's Align, Act, Accelerate, so latest one. I open it with a hope, and then I close it. Why? Because there was a main recommendation, and that was nice. It's research, innovation, science, technology at the center of the economy. Great statement, loved it. And then I read the recommendation or the action plan. There are several like new slogans. It was also nice. Then there was some programs. Then Europe want to make some new councils and frameworks. And then I close it because I wish to see there's something new, something fresh. If it's wake-up call, there should be something. And I not believe that this kind of new programs, frameworks, councils will put this very important thing, as science, in middle or in center of the economy. So what should we do differently? So what is this transformation that we should take off to change the paradigm that we have in Europe? Because it's about old way. We're trying to do old way new things, but it will not work. So maybe Lars, you can start with this.
I have also read all of the reports. I'm sort of obliged to read all of the reports. I actually believe that all the 3 reports that are out there are interesting, and they're obviously going to flow in different ways into the whole sort of process of the European Commission. And, you know, in the usual fashion, we pick up the ideas that we already support and we promote them. That's it, right? What is interesting is that there's one common thing that none of the reports are actually saying, because they can't say it, but I can say it in this, you know, very little private club that we have here, which is the Commission in itself is a problem. The Commission in itself is a problem because it has also grown into an enormous amount of bureaucracy. We all know that us that have actually made an application, that it takes way too much time, and that there is, so there is an organizational change that, so we can do all these type of things. The problem is, like, and I'm going to say it's like, it's a bad metaphor, like, but, you know, if you don't change the machinery, you'll still get the same results, right, at the end of the day. So I think what is missing is actually things that actually hurt, which is how do we actually deregulate, debureaucratize in a much more effective way how the whole Commission works and all of its enormous programs. We have fundamentally created a system now that only works if you have very well-paid experts who tell you how to do things. So we've set it up in a way that is, the problem is very, very hard now to do anything different because it gets sticky, right? It's very hard to change now because what you're asking people is, you know, to some degree to say yes to something that might, you know, get them fired, right, at the end of the day. So I think I have a lot of ideas on what to do. I'm not going to share them with you now, even in this private club, but I think we also need to say that there are some great ideas that are out there, and we can talk about how we fund it, and the main discussion right now at the level of the heads of state and government, I think, is to say, where should the money come from? Are we going to do more debt or not? I think that's the fundamental discussion that we have right now at the political level. But at the end of the day, there's no Chinaman in the room who's going to be afraid of the European Commission and what it wants to do because it's the European Commission doing it. Right? They're going to say, well, as long as the Commission doing it, you know, it's fine. Because they know the implementation of this will be so slow. Like, just take stock of this, and I won't be long. Okay. The Commission works on yearly work programs, right? It takes a year to negotiate the next year's work program. It's mind-boggling that we do all these things. That we make these types of planning, we create an enormous amount of inflexibility. Right now, we have so much urgency that I think Tavi is pointing to, right? We are in the midst of what I could say, let's go into a war economy. Let's actually do something that actually matters. Let's stop compromising, as we constantly do. Instead, we're talking about the long negotiations that will happen now of things that, if best, will be implemented in 2028. It's happening right now, at the end of the day. So there is this lack of urgency that we need to get back in, and the Commission in itself is also, I'm afraid to say, it's also part of the solution, but it's also part of the problem. And I think there needs to be like a meta-level report that actually says, oh, if we are to pick the best of those, these are the kind of fundamental changes to the Commission that will need to happen to actually get this implemented. I think it comes back to all some of the things that the President was also mentioning, that we cannot, you as a country cannot implement these things if you don't also do organizational innovation. You need to do things differently. Otherwise, the sausage machine will deliver the same sausages. Thank you.
Can I ask a question on this for INTS? Because maybe this is a chance for Latvia. So if Europe are not too flexible, not too fast, and Latvia is a small country, sure, part of the European Union, but maybe we can be faster. So be a little bit ahead the Europe regarding innovations, the new ways.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, because really for our small society it would be more easy to change the very fundamental rules, and this is now we are on the next step. We should make it much more bigger, actually, in many reasons. But of course, if you are talking, I can talk mostly about the public funds for economy, for as well innovation, and I can say without some fundamental changes in Europe and fiscal policy rules of Eurozone, I think it would be very difficult for us to change the culture of investment at all. And this is the okay. We are changing. We are making some small changes every year in somehow in this fiscal framework, but we should change. Fundamentally, because without that, of course, all Eurozone lives in the same framework of rules, and then we can change fundamentally. Because, as you said, in the United States, it's more easy to find the money. It's much easier, and even they are investing in European companies. But in Europe, of course, we are very strict frame, and we can't know any kind of flexibility actually for that. And I think it is the next parliament and next commission should come to this point and react and act quickly. And this is very good that we are talking about the bureaucracy, and we have new commissioner from Latvia. Valdis Dombrovskis is now responsible for all such issues in commission, next new commissions, and we hope that it would help as well. But for Latvia, of course, I have been in politics quite a long time, and it's always like discussions and even bright ideas about the pension funds here in Latvia as well, as you said, in Europe. And we had the ideas just to change the rules for pension funds, that they should not to invest just in Europe, United States, but partly, maybe some small part, it should be invest in Europe, in Latvia. It doesn't. Unfortunately, it doesn't agree, because it's free will of the people, and it's just it's not your money, and that as well. And then we can't change. But this is such kind of ideas. We have many of them. But of course, it takes change of culture in politics. But we're living in very challenging times here in wartime, actually, and I believe that Latvians as well as other Europeans can, if really we need something to do, we can, and we, especially during the pandemics, we finally changed the rules that we can borrow money as Europeans a whole, and this is the first time, because before that we couldn't do that. And then I think I still believe that we can change a lot of things here in Latvia as well. But for Latvia, I agree, if we will act quickly, not to talk too much, and we can change things very well.
So one day for decision, right? Okay. Tavi?
Yes. So if you look at across Europe, then one thing what is key is the culture, and the culture of winning. If you look at, for example, a skyscraper, what is the first thought you get? And usually people get the thought kind of, that what a magnificent building, it was so hard to build and so on. But we need the ambition level that if you look at the skyscraper, when you think that, okay, what do I need to do now to make it better, to make it bigger? Because all the innovations done globally, they are done by people like us. They're not done by AI yet. And this ambition is needed. And I can bring a practical example here on Latvia. And I would be actually even more positive about Latvia. Because, you know, there's the issue about drones. Drones are inexpensive. There's a lot of them. Last year, end of the year, I started thinking about it and thought that, yes, nobody's doing nothing about it. And then I thought to myself that, okay, why the hell am I whining about it? Why I am not doing anything about it? And I started a company doing low-cost missiles to take down the drones. And here actually Latvia played a critical role. But maybe the Latvian government and Riga Technical University didn't even notice that they had financed an amateur rocket program for years. And maybe at first it was like, okay, what's the economic benefit of that? Where's the money coming? But now the core of the missile company Frankenburg is actually here in Latvia with the development team. And I think really in the NATO eastern flank, what's the opportunity? All of the countries need to invest more in defense. We get the top talent to defense not because like just the salaries are nice and stock options will grow. It's a mission. People here understand how critical it is. And it can be really on governmental level as well a competitive advantage that when the Western Europe is dragging their feet, when the eastern flank can invest more in defense and create a real-life competitive advantage. But overall, we need the winner's mindset. We don't need to look at US and Elon Musk and say that, well, what wonderful companies he's building. And that's true, he's building wonderful companies, super talented. But the mindset in Europe should be that, how can we do better? Because that's the winning mindset. The mindset is not that let's be less poor than US, when it's also fun. We need to be richer than the US. If we want to set the goals from economic perspective, then go back to 2008, our difference was 10%. Why couldn't we surpass the US with the right culture, with the right mindset? But before we do that, we need to make sure that there's a unified Europe, and that's why I really encourage all the politicians here to continue with the defense investments and always think about what goes back into local economy as well.
Then I will go back to our main topic of this panel regarding the science and how we can put the science as the most important investment. Because in the end of the day, when we invest, it's something already ready, right, for the market. But before that, there's some very important knowledge that has been grown years by years. And as we look in the, again, reports and data, there's extremely interlinked science and the industry. They live separate lives, and we see regarding the investments of research development extremely low. Also that all the, let's call it science funding framework, it's a little bit strange in the way. So again, it's in somewhere like linked with the industry, but like not really linked to the industry, because end of the day, industry can't take the benefit from the science. So that's why, as Tavi mentioned, so United States look at us, what a nice museum, and we are museum, and they also said that we are lazy museum, so that there's a museum, but nobody wants to work hard. Well, it was strange. But anyway, so question is, what we should change to boost the science importance regarding the investment, I would say common understanding of it, and how we can change the way how the science positively impact the industry, because there's a huge problem in this. Albert, maybe you can start with.
Yes, from the side of universities. Before, let me start with quite theoretical question, and then we'll relate something about bureaucracy. At the end, the innovation, it's an ecosystem. An ecosystem, in fact, can be related to other ecosystems like economy itself. Ecosystems compete, and we have to win. We have to compete to win with other ecosystems. In this ecosystem, for instance, you can see the case of the Yellowstone National Park. At the end of the 19th century, they realized that there were many wolves, and they decided to kill all of them to keep alive the cattle, and also the people living there. What's happened with the wolves, with killing all the wolves? By 1925-26, there was no wolf there, and the deers start to grow a lot, and all the deers take all the grass, and the soils degrade, and we saw in the 80s how have Yellowstone burned. So this is a characteristic of an ecosystem. Well, in physics, it's something like a complex adaptive system. And when you have this kind of complex adaptive systems, you can realize that a simple measure can change everything. What President says before, the snowball effect. But later, in the beginning of this century, they realize of this and they say, okay, we will introduce several wolves. And the system came back to the equilibrium. So they have more wolves, they decrease the population of deers, the grass starts to increase again, the soils were better, and the trees were stronger. So what I mean with this? What I mean is the bureaucracy is the killing the wolves of our economy, especially in innovation. This bureaucracy are killing the creation of spin-offs. And I say because I have to close 2 spin-offs, and partially because the bureaucracy. And this is a severe problem that we have. So, coming back to your question, what we have to do from the universities? What we have to do is to change our mind, to change our motto. Our motto is science-driven university. No, our motto has to be innovation-driven universities. So we have to switch. For sure, science is the basis of the innovation. So it is science-driven innovation what we are looking for. But the target is not the science, should be not the science anymore, but the innovation, to arrive finally to the product that someone can invest.
Okay, this is good, but again, question about the financing, maybe question to Taavi, because if you look in the Europe framework, because most of the countries, also Latvia, live on the Europe funding regarding the science, right? So in the end result, so first of all, the question is that, most of the innovation has driven by projects that you basically before already you write down what will be the result, no surprises, no risks, you're trying to push hard just to do the paper. And at the end of the day, you have a technology like TRL 4 approximately. For the company, you need TRL 8 or 9. And question is, who is funding the jump from 4 to 8 to really show that the innovation? For universities, we don't have money for that. It's not supposed to. Also, the funding in Europe, there's nothing, especially one program. I will not call them loud. But anyway, it's like nothing. And companies are not ready to invest because there's too big investment and also overall situation in the market. There's not enough money from the private capital. What to do?
Yeah. So firstly, I would look at few international examples what have worked before. If you look at Japan and South Korea, when maybe South Korea is even better example. What was the literacy rate in South Korea back in 1945? How many people could read and write? Any guesses? 55%. Okay. By now, South Korea is doing relatively well, we could say. And one of the points what we did, and similar to Japan, who actually was also coming from very low bases after the Second World War, was state investments into private sector R&D in conjunction with the academia. Because the point is that if you look at US, different statistics, but you can say roughly 2/3 of the scientists are actually in the private sector. In Europe, it's completely opposite. And that type of link, where we have this type of, let's say, market issue, can be solved with public financing. And that maybe also would give more encouragement to finance more of the base science, because you understand that you will have an economic impact. But now when it comes to financing, I think that both Liene and Lars mentioned this earlier, but you know, if you're fighting a war, and let's say we have a crisis here with the economic crisis, with the war, what do you think that if in Ukraine somebody would come and say, I have a very good solution for this, but let's try to make a consensus-based decision and let's compromise over the front line that we will distribute the troops, you know, but every region needs something. It needs to be fair. We cannot leave them hanging their homes, their fathers, mothers, whatever. Doesn't sound like super smart, to be honest. But in science, when we have the smartest people, it sounds super smart. And think about small countries, let's say Estonia or Latvia, or even like Germany, global scale is small. And if you say we are building a base science, you know, like a pyramid, that we have all the sciences in a country of 2 million people, that doesn't make any fucking sense, sorry. Nothing. It's just nonsensical. But that is how the system works. And when you write a project, when you evaluate which project is actually nicer, and when you play a political game in terms of how you compromise that everybody would get something. And I think that really the point here would be that in a good way in science we need actual decision making. And we need that some people are pissed off and say that, okay, my project wasn't financed because we need to focus. And second part of it is, but let's be honest, everybody who has written these project reports in science, like, let's focus more on the goal and let's take the risk that, yes, you will have like a small percentage of companies who are, or scientists who are maybe misusing this. But that's the cost of doing business. And by the way, like having more bureaucracy and reports doesn't necessarily mean that the money is better spent. So long story short is the following, that I think the consensus and compromise nonsense needs to be stopped. And it can be only stopped on political level where you say that, okay, enough of this. And let's make the wrong decisions then. Because why we can make wrong decisions in science? You know why? Because actually the scientific innovation never get to the market, like we have found out in Europe. So it's very easy to make the mistakes because there's no actual downside. It's a little bit exaggeration, but it is like that. More focus, clear decisions, and if you don't have angry people saying that you didn't finance the right things, then you haven't done your job. That's it.
I remember the one of brilliant scientists mentioned that if during the science or doing science you discover that there's the problem, you end with the problem. That's great because it's the new discoveries, right? If the business ends with the problem, you know, it could cost you the whole business. So that's the difference, how we take risks. And I believe in science there's a lot of risks. The framework of the funding, it's taking out the risks, but how we do it, it's quite risky every day because you even don't know what the result will be, right? In a business, it's a little bit difficult to live like that, right? So how we can, you know, exchange of this kind of approaches, that science is taking risks, we can't promise. You force scientists to promise something, but they can't promise something. It's true. And then there's business who say, listen, if you will not, you know, deal with this promise, it can cost me like whole business. How we can exchange these approaches that we understand each other.
Well, okay. So this is this is one of the fundamental questions that obviously keep popping up. Like, how can we? So first of all, I want to say that I'm a great believer in science. I've obviously been part of, and still part of a fundamental research organization. It's kind of funny that we separate between, by the way, between fundamental research and applied research. Just to be clear, this is something that was created after the Second World War, right? Before the Second World War, there was research, and you just did research. And the coloring of the money is also an invention. So just be clear, we can change things. It's not set in stone, right? And I think one of the key things that we are seeing is that we still have ways to go where we actually have funding programs that is focused on what I call, it's definitely not me calling that, called Pasteur's quadrant, which is use-inspired basic research. And we still are not well equipped. We still can't really figure out to color the money in the right way. It's still that. So I think there needs to be innovativeness also maybe here, definitely also on the commission level, to actually figure out how you actually fund this very sort of use-inspired basic research, because that's where we see an enormous amount of really very attractive things are happening. So just to be clear that, applied research and fundamental research is something that we invented exists, right? It's not the way that most research is actually being done, right? It's a way we describe how the money is given. It's not what actually happens, okay, just to be clear. I think there's so many things that can happen, and I am an ignorant of all the things that you're doing right now in Latvia. If I look into MIT, and one should not compare itself to MIT, right? That's first, do not do that, because in so many ways it's extraordinary in that sense. It's an exception also even in the US context. But let me just say two things. Any professor at MIT is incentivized to do something else in research by having 20% of that person's time to do whatever they want. So that could be consulting, setting up a startup, doing that type of things, is written into their contract. So the question that I pose to you is like, what's hindering you in actually doing these type of things, right? Take 20% of that person's time to actually do things that are outside of their academic work. And you will then fundamentally just see a change that just happens, maybe not overnight, but it will significantly change because these people are now being looked upon as actually doing this. That's one thing that you could do. Another thing to do is like, we often talk about this as the third mission of universities, commercialization, the transition to the market and stuff like that. Once again, I'm an ignorant. I do not know how it's funded in Latvia, but in most European countries, the two budget lines from Treasury, or the Ministry of Finance, is research and education. The third pillar is not funded. It's cannibalizing on the other two. So let's start actually getting money for the third pillar to our universities, right, at the end of the day, because otherwise, once again, we're not actually serious. That was what the president called the innovation theater, right? We're saying that we want to do something, but we're actually not appreciating it, like with a budget line. So start getting a budget line for the third mission from the Ministry of Finance, otherwise, you're not being serious about it. Then another thing which I think is interesting is, and I'll ended by asking you again a question because I do not know enough about your country. If you go undergraduate at MIT, it's a lot of Americans, very few international people, right? As soon as you get to PhDs and postdocs, they're all foreigners, right? If you go into a math lab at MIT, you better speak Chinese, okay, or Japanese, right? Because that's where they're from, right? You see, that's where the actual comparative advantage comes in at MIT, just to be very clear. It's not at the undergraduate level. I would pick any Danish university any day at undergraduate level. It is better than MIT. But as soon as you get to graduate level, mind-blowing. Because it has a global attractiveness from all over the world to go and do math, physics, whatever you want to do. So I think the key question here is like, you should probably not only look at your universities and say, how do we attract current people that are from Latvia, current nationals. How do we attract globally? How do we incentivize these as being exceptional individuals? By paying them more than someone else. That's the choice that Talvi is making us like. And that's the hard choice that you need to defend, maybe as a minister, anyone else, that here are people that we believe are extraordinary, that will give something great to Latvia, and they might be from the US, Japan, or they might be from somewhere else. And we are, giving them something else that no one else can get, in terms of salary, in terms of staff, in terms of help, in terms of support, and all those type of things. And if you do that, then you're accepting excellence, not only in peer review, but also excellence in the way that you actually fund research. And if you start doing that, all the global companies are suddenly going to look at you and being interested. Because the global companies, coming back to the industry, what they look for is exceptionalism. That's how they connect. They always connect with the exceptional research groups. They don't care about MIT or Harvard. They care about that professor and that group. That's where they spend the money, just to be clear. Because MIT is just bureaucracy. No. I want to talk to that professor with that group. That's how it gets. And that, in no way, that could also be Latvia, any day. But you need to start focusing on the exceptional and not anything else.
Please.
In my experience, if you look at the exceptional scientist, when they are not usually like the best bureaucrats in terms of grant project writing. And that is one of the, let's say, fundamental issues why the decision-making needs to be more simpler. Now, if you look at the funding scheme in general, then I would maybe bring an example of the German Fraunhofer system here. And in terms of Fraunhofer's, their base financing is actually tied to the financing we can bring in from companies. But now the important aspect or the risk in terms of implementing this system widely, firstly, you can always make some argument saying that Fraunhofers are more applied research, but let's leave that aside. We know that applied and fundamental is let's say, part of the same universe. But from government side, what I would suggest is that do it as a top-up. Okay, you have today's base financing for science, but in terms of universities who can attract commercial deals, commercial companies, then just from economic calculation, you can back calculate in terms of taxes, new investments, new talent, what you get in. And I think that in the end of the day, it is such that if you finance science only from perspective that, let's say, in 20 years you will have results going into the economy, and you don't deal with that middle part in terms of how it gets to the market, when your function of getting to the market is actually N plus 20 years. And what is N? N is always today. And the science will make the impact for the economy always in 20 years' time. So, in essence, this middle part in terms of going from university to the market, where actually the state intervention can have really the highest return on investment because it's a real entry barrier. And otherwise, many of the good science, what is done, will be lost. Yeah.
This is an amazing point because that was also one of my questions, how to measure the science impact on economy, because we are a little bit, struggling with that, especially that you mentioned this 20 years. So if you look in the financial periods, right? So let's take a Europe, 7 years, not 20. So we need to show the results in 7 years. If you look at deep tech, so you know very, very well that it takes time from lab to the market. How many years? 7, 8, 10. So 10 years. So, and regarding the promotion that you just mentioned in your keynote, so if we look in the promotion, maybe we just don't see the value of the science in economy because it takes too long and we're not promoting the right things. So how to change it, how to measure the science impact on economy so that we can agree, all of us agree, the science important now, but we will get the benefit after the 20 years, and we are fine with that, so that there's no discussion about it. Because we want quick fix, right? Now. We need the result now. We are impatient about it. But again, let's be honest. So we need to show the results in economy in 20 years, and we need to agree that we will do investment now, but we will get it after 20 years. So what to do?
Yes, just a single comment. It's true that for several products we need in the range of 5 to 10 years to arrive to the market. But this is when we want to start the project at the academia and go to the market. In many cases, what you need is a good and a strong relation between a company and a lab. In the world, there are in the range of 2 billion square meters of labs at the universities and research centers. So this should be by the companies, by the industry, to help to develop products. And sometimes what we have to do is not to live to create new products from the academia, but to go by the industry. And in these cases, what we are doing is promoting the products that are being created at the industry. If your system is able to be by the industry and not against the industry, you're promoting your economy from the science side. So it's important to create new companies, but also to help living companies, and to help industrial companies to rely on academia labs. This is one of the problems. Okay?
With 20% restrictions to use the equipment, right? Because if you are funded by Europe, so there's only 20% you can use for the industry needs, your equipment. So what's the problem then? Because if the industry need that, why we can't give them access?
Well, you can change that.
Really?
You can make it happen. We actually did some quite radical changes on that at MIT, because what we realized is that this is a slightly different problem. What we realized that, I don't know if you have this problem, but if you are a researcher and you do like a postdoc and you do an invention, right? You get a patent, you get a licensing agreement, you leave the university, but you actually still need access to the lab. That's hard to do. So what we figured out is like, there's a lot of labs at MIT that was open after 10 p.m. So what was happening was simply, they talked to the professor and it's like, that's the key. Go do something. So instead of doing that, that's obviously a big liability issue in the US, right? So we just fundamentally changed all the rules about that. So every time that we had a university spin out, they had a standard agreement and they had 6 months where they can either go out and raise capital, and during that 6 months, they had access to any lab at MIT and Harvard 24/7 with an upfront agreement on the background IP and no negotiation on the foreground IP. It can be done. It's not that hard to get it done.
Can we?
So I just want to add that the answer is to attract private capital, I think. This is the main way I can say for that risky investment. And from the state policy, we should do as much as possible that maybe with tax policy, with other some kind of instruments but it is public money, of course. It couldn't be so big risk on put on this money, and it's always everywhere the problem. And if we see the good examples of very successful investment in startups everywhere, it's mostly private capital, and we should make it more attractive, more all the policy should be that it should be much more easy to get that, and especially in our countries, it's too over-regulated, all such things. I think it's the answer.
I think one of the key things that you probably fundamentally need to look at, whether your universities in terms of commercialization is focusing on licensing or creating startups, right? Like many universities struggle to do both because there's two different types of people that sit in the technology transfer office. I know this is getting nerdy now, right? But fundamentally, if you are very good at, for example, anything that's medical devices, biotech and stuff like that, your primary customer in the TTO office is probably going to be large corporations already that want to do licensing agreement. You need to shift, and they use that paradigm to do also when they want to do startups, and that's where everything goes wrong. So they need to have people that look at how you can actually incentivize spin-outs, and that needs to be much faster. You need to have much better agreements with those founders, because they're not a freaking big company with lawyers up, right? They are, for example, one key thing that changed everything at MIT, and obviously don't use MIT again as an exception, but it's a good idea. MIT realized that every time they wanted to do a spin-off, the founder, who might be a 26-year-old postdoc, is actually now sitting negotiating an agreement on a licensing agreement. And it's for the first time in their whole life that they're doing that. And getting a professional lawyer to actually do that type of negotiation for them is hugely expensive. So MIT just made a policy decision to say, every time that MIT is negotiating with a postdoc on these type of things, we will pay a professional lawyer within licensing that is on the side of that postdoc, so that we have a professional discussion making sure that this is right. It changed everything, because suddenly these people were like feeling trust in this whole piece, this whole negotiation time period. It's a small thing, but it just meant the world. Suddenly we had a professional discussion and not this endless discussion about a 26-year-old who does not want to give anything away to the university, because obviously they're going to be billionaires, and the university is saying the opposite, right? It was a conversation between adults. Small thing, meant a lot.
Thank you so much. Before I give to the floor also for audience to ask the question, I have one question to the Minister of Education and Science. One question, very small question. Regarding the last, what Lars mentioned, so the small things, we need to start with the small things, and we talk about the science and science impact to economy. What already Latvia is planning to do with the small steps to influence the science positive impact to the economy? Some small things that we are planning to do, or already doing.
Thank you, Liene, for, I think, very interesting debate, and you try to challenge all speakers, and it's not very easy, because time to time I think that we are in trap of changes, because we ask to change people who are in reality living comfort, and it's very hard to find the things what we can change easily. And if I think about universities and industry, and not only about universities and industry, but at first how universities collaborate more, not compete, but really cooperate and share infrastructure and think about and be really solution driven. For our side, as a ministry, I think it's very important that we show the vision, and also with bill or with regulation, and not over-regulation, but with regulation allow universities more innovate. And now the bill of research maybe little widen this ability to work together. I don't have really deep understanding how it will in reality will happen, but I really hope that it will be. And I think that we more should work in ecosystem and more collaborate, like a governmental part with non-governmental organizations who are in everyday situations and help with advice how to move forward. But I think it's not very easy. But I heard a lot of good advices that we can start to do.
Thank you for this answer, because it's already encouraged us, because I heard the trust and that we don't know where we are going, but we have feeling that we do in the right way. So audience, do you have some questions to our panelists? We will take only 2 questions, already 2 hands, thank you. So maybe we will start with the lady there, thank you.
That's me. Hello, my name is Margrethe. I'm Vice-Rector for Research at Riga University, and I was also one of the experts on the haters group in that report. So, and of course it hurt me deeply when you said that there's nothing fresh and it's old ways and nothing gonna work. So, but which is understandable, we've been grappling with the same freshness need the whole year we've been working. And we believe that the fresh proposal is actually the Industry Council and the Societal Challenges or Societal Issues Council, and make you faces or not, the reason behind it is exactly the problems you've been discussing here. First of all, that museum problem, that the industries are turning into museums, and the current ways how the European framework programs have been funding science never ever have talked to industries. So industries have been writing their position papers, addressing the experts and expressing their views that they don't see themselves in the framework program. So our answer for that was, if the Commission is going to double, for instance, as we hope, the framework program size, that extra 100 million probably should go to the industry funding, and that council should learn from your council. You here are, all of you are Innovation Council, but our expert group thought actually has done a good job in the way how you run the programs, that Industry Council should be made the same way, involving industry in the running, the funding, and also bringing in, crowding in their funding. Similarly, for the Societal Problem Council, the idea there is that the council would also involve private donors, private foundations that would help to formulate the areas where the research should be going, and also crowding in private money, private donations. So my question to you is, from your experience, and also for some of you already growing out of the Innovation Council's funding into the potentially industry funding, being established industry, how do you see, what's the advice, how the Europe should proceed with this funding industry research, bringing science closer to the industry? Thank you.
Who want to take that?
Do you want me to start? Okay. Thank you so much. And I just want to say that, as I said, I read all the 3 reports, and I appreciate each and every one of them. And I have been part of expert groups myself several times, so I know the hard work that has actually been putting into writing those reports, and the long negotiations on those recommendations. I appreciate that we need to get our industry, and I think when we say industry here, we're moving outside of a startup. So this is like incumbents on the market. Those are the within existing sectors and stuff like that. I think it's very, very crucial that we connect them to in a much better way. I think we can do that by, for example, having them provide much better of a demand signal. I would like them to open up their own laboratories also for a lot of the projects that are ongoing. I think before doing that, I think it's important that they also take their own responsibility, because what we're seeing exactly since 2008 is that the R&D of European large corporations have been going down and down. So there is also something about accepting themselves that they also need to invest in their future at the end of the day. But I would really appreciate if we get much more of collaboration with the large companies, because in many consortia, many programs, many projects, they sit a little bit there on the fence looking in and is actually not really engaged. And I think there is some learnings here, by the way, from, once again, this DARPA model, because DARPA focuses on developing specific type of solutions and care less about who does it. Because at the end of the day, it's for the soldiers to win the war. So if it is, so in that sense, it's researchers and large corporations on an equal level that is just working together. And I think that could also be an interesting way to look at it. But that is a fundamental legal change, and that's probably as of 2027 onwards.
So maybe just to add to this one, I think one of the fundamental topics what we can't forget is that the solutions need to come from the private market and private capital. And it's very easy to get to the topic that, yes, we need to do more as Europe, we need to do more as countries, but in the end of the day, we need to create that ecosystem what actually works for private capital. But there's one topic what I would add, and this is what Lars mentioned, that sometimes we need to incentivize the private capital in a little bit different way, and I take the defense industry. Many people believe that in defense we are now procuring a lot more arms and ammunition than we were 3 years ago. And it's kind of ish, maybe right, but not really. All the existing companies have raised the prices of arms and ammunition. All politicians are happy because we do more investments, because we measure just the cost. And now the European defense industry as a whole, what we are asking for, please give us a war which lasts 10 years and has very even needs for ammunition. It can't be like a 1-year thing. Who would do capex for that? And I think this is like the key point that what I am trying to do here in partially Latvia as well is that you need to invest your own capital and you need to create a product which is needed. And we can't be in the mindset is that sometimes you see even like the defense lobby can work well in a way, say that countries give us the contracts, but you need to make an environment where you can have new companies who do their actual private capital investments as well. So it's really a balance what you need to find. And maybe the last point is following that we can't look at the ecosystem in Estonia or Latvia or Germany. Europe is too small for that. And from entrepreneurial perspective, I don't particularly care whether I can use the Fraunhofer in Germany, where our main plant is, or I can use it something in Estonia or Latvia, and we should really break out of those silos. And it's not a question of zero-sum game. I think in Europe it's really a question of synergies.
Thank you. So last question, please.
Yeah, hello everyone. Kaspar Svozels from Institute of Electronics and Computer Science. Thank you very much for a very interesting panel discussion. My question would be related to technology transfer. So we probably agree that innovation is well created when we bring scientific results up to the companies and so on. And here I want to give context of Latvia. So we are a really small country. 99% of all enterprises are small, medium enterprises. They cannot afford to invest $1 million right away without investors and so on. So it's really hard for them to really acquire this IP from scientific organizations. And on the other hand, if a scientific organization wants to bring this IP to the company, they have to create auctions, they have to create committees to sell it or license it. It's a long procedure from a law point of view. If we want to create a spin-off, it's even harder. We need to make committees through committees on the country level, let's say. For example, in Sweden, the scientist who creates an IP within the scientific organization can use this IP for free in his own business. So what's your experience, how this is managed in the world, and what you would suggest for Latvia, especially in the situation when companies don't have that much funding to invest in new technologies and science? Thank you.
A quick answer from me would be that it sounds like you have a country that needs to focus less from the universities on licensing agreements, but much focusing on changing the fundamental economy by actually doing better at doing spin-offs from the university, because you obviously need to change the whole structure of the company to have more research-based companies, let's say within the next 10 years. That's an obvious for the country. And then I need to understand the specifics of why it is so hard, but it shouldn't be that hard. And what I can say is like, don't buy the professor's privilege argument, right? Because what we've seen globally is that as we moved away via the Bayh-Dole Act, moved away from professor's privilege, so right now we have it in Europe with Italy, we have it with Sweden, is that they're not doing it any better than any other, actually. So I think the key here is to make the process of licensing and spin-outs much better. I'm happy to contribute with a long list of things that I believe that you can just start doing, like all the way to actually making sure that you would have a lawyer sitting next to you, paid by university when you start negotiating, to all of those type of things that can be done to make that process easier. That's where I would focus my resources, and not on a long legal fight on whether you should have professor's privilege or not, because what we see now is doesn't really make a difference at the end of the day. But it's a compelling argument because it's an argument of like, oh, if I just had the freedom, I could then choose. The point is you run into the same problems with that patent that you now have as anyone else. So you better lawyer up together, hopefully, with the university in a good way. So I would focus on the relationship between the university and you. It's much better to focus my resources.
I can take one more question. Thank you. So one more question. How can I choose then? Choose you. Okay, please, gentleman there.
Hi, Richards Baranovskis, Varpa. So a bit of a remark, maybe, first, about economic security. I think it's a well-coined term. So recreating something like the ARPA in Europe long-term is necessary for obvious reasons. But I think I would like to give a different spin on it, especially for our region. So economic security should mean security to run the economy. And this is something we're concerned here short-term. And I think generally the region will struggle with investment unless there is some kind of regime change in Russia, while Russia is on the war rails, unless we go from paper security backups to physical security backups. So pretty much having NATO forces in the region. And I think that's something everybody in the government should be really considering, because without it, I think economy will struggle going forward, particularly in terms of investment. And the second one, I think it's everybody gets the diagnosis right for the bureaucracy in Europe, for over-regulation, for over-bureaucratization, and it's a big issue. It's an issue here. Most entrepreneurs you talk with gonna tell you. The question is the following, right? So, because the bureaucracy process is pretty much squeezing the toothpaste out of the tube. So when it grows, it's really hard to fight it. They're not gonna give their power away. Because if you say the bureaucracy, you have to be smaller. It pretty much means they have to lose their jobs as well, right? To a certain degree. So the question is, how do you squeeze the toothpaste back in the tube when you deal with the problem of over-bureaucratization?
Yeah. I will answer like one part on bureaucracy, and this is my personal view, but you don't put it back in the tube, and you need to look at US. How do you tackle like bureaucracy? What for example Trump did with EPA, Environmental Protection Agency? You got the funding. There's no way you will tackle bureaucracy by making a work group that, let's have a working group across all the, let's say, functions that has less bureaucracy. It will usually become bureaucracy by itself. And in the end of the day, it's a question of efficiency. But sadly enough, if you want less bureaucracy, especially on the EU level, because let's be honest, European Commission does hire smart people. The salaries are good, hours are nice. Brussels, very good place for whining and dining. Everybody knows, actually. That's why it's funny. But in reality, it's so that now these smart people are the worst, because they are smart enough to create bureaucratic regulations with which it's very difficult to fight with. Because they do on certain meta level make sense. And the only way you can go about it is having less of the bureaucrats. Maybe it sounds harsh, but I don't see a other good way.
So first of all, I just want to appreciate the comment. I think there is, you obviously are part of the Western flank, so a lot of things that I've talked about are probably more long-term in that sense. I think we have a critical issue right now, and please, European Investment Bank, update your policies. You can start actually investing into weapons, right? Because a lot of countries do not have the buying power, so they need the lending from the European Investment Bank. Okay, that said. I think I don't know if this is the start, but I want to say something to a positive note, right? Which is really, you have an amazing amount of things going for you. You have a highly digitalized society, a society that has a stable democracy. You have a society that is obviously has some bureaucracy, but by the way, all societies has a bureaucracy, and don't as we sort of like getting into like a hate mode of bureaucracy, let's just remember ourselves that we have bureaucracy because we need democracy, right? It is actually okay to not always be in a state of exception, because what happens in state of exceptions is that very few people, you're actually creating oligarchy when you're taking away bureaucracy. So we need to be careful about what we do, and it was fantastic when we did COVID, but God, there was also a lot of money spent in Europe that went into the wrong hands. Let's just be real about that, okay? And I just want to say, it's good to use the US as an example, but in most of the examples that I have used, and some of the examples that Octavia has used, is actually what I call pirate ships that's part of the Marine in the US. DARPA does things in a very, very different way than NIH and NSF and everyone, who is much closer to the bureaucracy that we have. But they have this freedom, that type of pirate ship that can do that. When Elon Musk started SpaceX, it was called Falcon at the time, it was started with a lawsuit. And then they changed the whole procurement process at the National Space Agency. And it was through that change that they were able to do a different type of procurement process that's milestone-based, and out of that came Falcon, and out of that it became SpaceX. But that is still also a partnership way of doing things. And the way that it's been institutionalized in the US is something called Other Transaction Authority, which is also a state of exception within. So one of the key questions that I might ask of you is like, there's a balance here to keep, which is to say that there's a level of bureaucracy that needs to be there so everyone is heard at the end of the day. But where are those areas that are so critical that you need to have a pirate ship, where you do things deliberately different? And the magic is not to have a pirate ship. That's easy. The magic is when the Marine defines to say it needs a pirate ship to stay the Marine. So when the government says we need a particular type of area where we do things fundamentally different, otherwise we will not be able to sustain, but we need to do things differently in a particular area. I think that's, for me, much a more crucial learning than anything else.
And just very quick, I think that for Latvia and being here, coming out of Estonia, we do have an advantage on the EU level. We are small, we are nimble, we are still hungry, and understand the actual challenges in terms of the economic security. So I think that I would wish just all of Latvia more confidence, because we have a lot of things going for the Baltics. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, to wrap up this panel, I'm sorry for late. So each of the panelists, some to-dos for Latvia. So as the President mentioned, so we need to more act, less thinking and talking. So our action plan, so first steps, 4 steps to make Latvia great at least. No. No. Okay, but basically, you already said we need some pirate ship, right? Yeah. So this would be our homework, to find the area for pirate ship and make things different. So Albert, or for Latvia to do, so or list.
For me, change the target, the objective of the universities, and move towards the innovation, clearly.
Okay.
Raise the ambition level.
At the same, and take more risk.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Okay, so many thanks to the first panel, to Liene, the moderator, and the panelists. You can take your seats back over there. And we now have a second panel before we break for lunch. And I'm going to ask for our panel moderator to be the first to come up here. Now, Arkādijs is the most youthful member of our committee. Arkādijs wears many hats. He is a PhD student at Harvard University, so just across, just further down the street from you. He's also research director at the Riga Business School, but it's very important for me to mention, because his boss is here, that he's also a senior expert at the Ministry of Education. And with that, Arkadi, I'll hand over to you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Launi. So today's panel we have is talking about data availability in digitalization, a basis for data-driven decision-making. So I'd like to invite our panelists. So first of all, I'd like to invite Edvīns Elferts, who is the Data and Digital Transformation Workgroup Leader of Foreign Investors Council in Latvia, and also the head of the Data, AI, and Emerging Technology Center, KPMG Lighthouse. Jānis Lazda. Jānis Lazda, who is the Meta Public Policy Manager for International Trade and Economic Policy. Marius Jurgilas, who is the co-founder and chief executive officer of Axiology, former board member at the Bank of Lithuania, professor at Vilnius University, and the chair of Science and Studies Committee at the Research Council of Lithuania. And last, but definitely not least, Victoria Biu, Deputy Director, Strategy at IAI, United Kingdom's Government Incubator for Artificial Intelligence. And also to break up the flow a little bit, we are going to be starting with a presentation from Victoria on the UK experience in developing AI solutions in government. So do you have
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you all for having me here today. So I'm Victoria Biu, and I run a fairly new and quite innovative team in UK government called the Incubator for AI. If you'll allow me, I've got some slides because I thought that that's one of the best ways to show you what we're doing and also hopefully spark some ideas for things that you might want to take home, do within your own organisations, or encourage other governments to do. So hopefully this works. Here we go. So my team is called I.AI, the Incubator for Artificial Intelligence. As you will all know, AI is nothing new. It's been a field of research and study and practice for many, many years. But we all got incredibly excited with the advent of ChatGPT and other generative AI models in the last few years. For the UK government, this led to quite a lot of fear. So the first response was one of worry. How do we protect our citizens, make sure that AI does not go wrong? How do we make sure that we don't have systemic risk? And how do we make sure that we don't have citizens losing their jobs? This is all, of course, incredibly important, but I think was just the first knee-jerk reaction. In the UK, this led to quite a lot of regulation. We have a new regulatory system up and running and going to expand soon. And also the establishment of the AI Safety Institute, a research house focused specifically on safety issues. However, it doesn't seem right and fair to just have AI and focus on the risks, with none of the reward then coming back to government or citizens. So my team was born, and my team was created in order to think about how citizens and public services can benefit from AI. So we are set up to harness AI for good. This is a little picture here of Baymax, a robot, which is a healthcare assistant from a famous Disney Pixar movie, Big Hero 6, just to really kind of set the thinking a little bit about the ways in which AI can actually deliver better impact for citizens and be something that helps us and not just something that we should be fearful of. So my team is an innovative team of highly empowered technical experts at the heart of government. Our mission is to harness the opportunity of AI to improve lives, drive growth, and deliver better public services. So we are all civil servants. There's about 50 of us at the minute, and we are set up to think about how AI can make everybody's lives better. What you'll see on the bottom of this slide are some of the organisations that we have hired from. So we were only founded in November last year, so we've been less than a year in running so far. We went from a standing start, so with 0 members of staff in November, we now have a team of 50. And we've hired from organisations including these on the slide. I appreciate it's a little bit small, so I'll just sort of name drop a few, which include Microsoft and also McKinsey's AI arm, as well as others such as Nesta, which is a social innovation charity, and a number of startups from across the UK. People often ask us, how did you do this? So actually, to speak to something that I think Lars said in his opening address, quite a lot of people laughed at us when we said that we were going to do this within government. Lots of people said it would not be possible to bring AI talent into UK government. Why would they want to work there? How would you ever attract them? It's just not going to work. So I wanted to offer 3 things that we did, which I think have worked really well and allowed us to attract this talent. The first is brand. So in UK government, and specifically where my team sits, which was in number 10, so the Prime Minister's office, we have access to an incredible brand. We harnessed that, used that, and promoted it like nothing else. We called one of our hiring schemes the Number 10 Innovation Fellowship, and specifically gave people a Number 10 email address, lots of access to the building, and a number of ceremonial positions, as well as asking them to work very hard for us. This meant that really high-quality researchers wanted to come and work here. They were quite excited about the opportunity of being at the centre of government, and we really kind of used that brand to get people in the door. The second is a bit more practical, and it's pay. The civil service in the UK, the pay is all right, but it is not exceptional. So we negotiated with our finance ministry to get a special dispensation to give additional pay to our AI experts. It's still not as high as what they would get in industry, but it's higher than your average civil servant and just makes it a little bit more manageable in terms of getting people over to work for us. And then the third is mission. So many of the people that come and work for us have worked in other technology companies, sometimes in big tech, and say that the work was very technically interesting, but not often focused on making people's lives better. Our team are really excited to do that, want to use their AI skills, but for things like the healthcare system or education, and focused on how to make the UK a better place. So we really went hard on the mission and made sure that people, when they joined us, had a lot of creative freedom to be able to come up with ideas for how they can apply AI to those social problems that we all know very well. If you're not sold on why we're doing this, here's a few stats about why we think that AI can make public services better. I won't go into these too much. At the bottom, you can see that Microsoft assumed that for every £1 that you invest in AI, you will get at least £3.5 back in returns. We think that in public services, that's actually quite a low estimate because we're starting from the beginning, so there's quite a lot more value to be drawn out. Another figure that I would give you is the £40 billion one. So this has been pulled from some independent think tanks in the UK who say that the UK public service can save £40 billion a year by implementing AI. Again, when you compare that to the numbers given earlier, when Lars was talking about the potential investment to stimulate innovation across Europe, this is quite an exciting number. If we can unlock £40 billion, there's a huge amount that we can do with this across public services and the innovation economy. So what do we actually do? We are a practical delivery team, so I'm one of the few people in the team who is not a technologist by training. I'm an economist by background. Most other people are AI engineers, software developers, user researchers, and so on. And at our heart, we prototype. So we take an idea for where AI can be applied into government, and we very quickly build something technical to test whether it's going to work. We then deliver it, so we work with departments to get this operating within their systems so that we don't just have a toy that's operating for us, but instead implementing something to see whether it's really working on the ground. The last two things I think are quite interesting in the context of some of the conversation earlier. So we modularize our work. What that means is that we then, at the end of each project, or sort of at an appropriate time, take time to clean up all of the code and put it into our GitHub so that anybody else working on government problems can have a look, see what code is already there, and then hopefully not start from scratch if they want to approach a similar problem when building out a solution. This is very normal practice in software development. This is not normal practice in government, where people often start from scratch when a problem comes your way. So what we're doing is building a community of practice who can then build on each other's modules so that we can go further, faster, have the snowball effect, if you will. The final piece is convening and advising. We only do a very small amount of this, because I really want to protect my technical teams to build things, rather than spend lots of time writing policy papers. But that being said, they are experts, and their ability to advise people is incredible because they have been there, done that, and know the technology inside out. So I would really encourage you to use your technologists both to build things and also in small doses at the right times to advise, because they can help your public policy go so much further very quickly. We thought a lot about how we can prioritize our work and make sure that we're not just picking off pet projects or things that seem shiny. And we've come up with this taxonomy, which clusters types of projects that we think AI is particularly good at, in alignment with types of use cases that government faces regularly. All of this is on our website, which is ai.gov.uk. So if you're interested, I would encourage you to have a little look. We've got much more about this, which gives you some other use cases which might spark some ideas for you. For example, just to explain this taxonomy, if you take matching and triage, we know that AI is very good at optimization. It's one of the things it's been targeted to do. Across public services, there are lots of matching problems, like matching people to available beds in a hospital, like matching accommodation services to people that need them. So what we're doing is then using our AI to solve those sorts of problems, and also using this taxonomy to have a language to explain our work to policymakers who often won't be that familiar with artificial intelligence. Here are a few highlights of our projects. Again, all of these are on the website, including some demo videos and links to the GitHub if any of you are coders and want to have a look. To speak you through what they are, Redbox is an assistant that acts very much like Microsoft Copilot. However, it's completely secure and does not feed any training data into anybody else's system. So we've built it off-net, which means that we can use it for government purposes in the knowledge that nothing will be going outside of our boundaries. We've also added in a couple of additional features, including traceability, so that if you ask a good question, you can find out exactly where in the source material it got the answer from, so you can check your sources and make sure that you're confident in what you're doing. The second tool is called Caddy. This is an assistant for customer service interfaces. So this is when a normal member of the public comes into, say, a bureaucratic building and asks for help. We've built this in collaboration with Citizens Advice, which is a charity in the UK, where anybody in the UK can come in and ask basically any question about a problem they're having, which is obviously quite difficult for the advisor because they need to have knowledge about almost anything, ranging from rental issues to immigration status and so on. Caddy goes through all of the official documentation that Citizens Advice have approved, so we preload it only with that information, and then allows the advisor to be able to navigate that and come to an answer very quickly. Consult is to help us analyse the responses to public consultations. So whenever we make a law in the UK, we have to consult with members of the public. But sometimes those consultations get up to 80,000 responses. So we've built an AI tool to help us navigate that more quickly and get to an answer. I'm going to go quite quickly so that I don't take up too much time of the panel. I did just want to show you one of our tools in a little bit more detail called Project Lex. So Lex is a legislation drafting assistant. The reason why we've looked into this is because at the minute in the UK, when you want to draft legislation, you have to go through quite a time-consuming process to check all of the amendments that need to be made in other pieces of legislation and cross-refer them with one another. This is obviously right and proper, but takes a huge amount of time and means that the government often have to wait years to lay a new piece of legislation rather than getting to action quickly. We have used semantic search to build a legislation drafting assistant, which helps to flag up any of those areas where legislation would need to be reviewed, so that lawyers can spend their time reviewing the legislation rather than writing a list of the legislation that needs to be reviewed. We also have something called the Parliamentary Vibes Check, which is what you can see on the right-hand side. There's a video on our website, which cross-references what any MP has said in Parliament about any topic that you want to ask it for. It's a really interesting tool to allow you to think about how a piece of legislation might go down, who you might want to influence, and what sort of conversations you might want to have. I personally would like this to be released to the public because I think it would be really exciting in terms of participatory democracy. Why did we do Lex? Well, the data is readily available. So years ago, another team in government did legislation.gov.uk and put the whole statute book online. This meant that we could use an API, apply AI very quickly, and that really set the foundations for our project. It's also a problem that government can solve. Writing legislation is a government-shaped problem, so we feel we are the right team to be building this. It's an AI-shaped problem because it runs through a lot of complex words in documents, and that's the sort of thing that generative AI is very good at doing. And importantly, this is not using any sensitive information or data from members of the public. This made me very confident that it was a good project for us to start with. I do not want us to do our early prototypes on very sensitive information to do with people's healthcare or immigration status or so on. Instead, this feels like the perfect sort of project to be able to pilot. Thank you so much for listening. Here's a little picture of our team. So we're now at about 50, and this is us outside Downing Street after a team day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Victoria, for your fantastic presentation. And I think this is a perfect way to start off our panel, which is I'd really want us to talk about like practical questions of implementation. How do we actually get value from this? Because a lot of times we talk about data, we talk about use of data, but the question is, what are we using this for? What do we hope to achieve with it? So the way I also hope to structure our panel today is I'd like to talk a little bit about just like in general data availability, data use. The second part I want to talk about is actually using data for analysis and generating evidence. And the third part is obviously about implementation and decision-making, which also includes obviously culture. So the first question I wanted to ask Victoria is, obviously this looks like it requires a lot of data sources. How did you go about navigating that? How did you actually bring them all together under the same roof? Because, as you heard in the president's speech, we do have a bit of a data feudalism issue. And I feel like every country has that to some degree.
It's a brilliant question, and I think that one that we haven't answered fully yet either. There are also issues with data sharing in the UK. We have a new government, so we had an election a few months ago, and one of the new government's priorities is to increase the amount of data sharing across public services, which is excellent. I'm very supportive of that. I think we're all quite excited to see how that works. The main way in which we've navigated this as a team is to pick off projects where data sharing is not a barrier to success. There are sufficient pieces of work that can be done in government that do not require complex data sharing agreements because the data is already in the public domain or held only within one organisation. So we've chosen those as our first areas of work. Later down the line, we will need to get to questions of how you bring together data across boundaries, but that's something that we see as kind of next phase of work rather than early things to pilot.
Thank you so much. Edwin, I'd like to ask you about in Latvia, because you are our one local person on the panel except me. So how are we doing with data availability, and what do you see, what are the projects that we're currently working on within the country that you see, we could use our data for, or how available is it?
Absolutely. I will focus on the public sector because private sector is a little bit different, right? Quite a lot of things are available there, but one of the things is that we know at the public sector data isn't centralized by no means. There are lots of different agencies sitting on, boxes of data, thinking in terms of, that's a reference basically to a server. No common standards have been agreed how to share data between different types of agencies. Yes, there's basically best practice. If you really need something, if you create good cooperation between the agencies, that kind of works pretty well. So that's one of the things that I think fundamentally for us, before we talk about artificial intelligence and etc., that we actually solve or at least agree on how we're going to manage our data. And that issue is not going to go away by simply doing it once. It's an ongoing process, and it's actually a little bit boring sometimes, like accounting. There are certain things you have to do, you have to follow, you have to basically have data stewards and etc. But there are good examples as well, and I want to bring them up because I think it's important as well to showcase of what has been done. One is, I think our central bank is doing a tremendous job. They do actually have a data governance office, so a bunch of people literally looking after all the household, well, essentially of the central bank's data and utilizing it for the better benefits. The other example is actually the state treasury. They're using a lot of open source tools, essentially, which doesn't require, specialized licenses, community-driven, and etc., to build on various types of components. So there are use cases, and I think it's just about the question is how do we ensure that we have the right culture, right, and take these examples as well to across really different agencies.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Marius, I know you've been working a lot with culture and data use, so maybe you could share a bit of your experience with how you've navigated that in a context that I'd say is very similar to Latvian, but a bit more south, so.
Yeah, we are the Italians of the Baltics. Well, first of all, thank you for having Lithuanians on the panel as well. And I'm happy to be here and share. And on the subject of sharing and data, as an ex-academic, I can maybe share. And as an ex-central banker in the context of finance, sometimes sharing is not something that you really want. So, for example, credit registers. Is it a good idea to share if you are a good risk or a bad risk? So if I invest in vetting my population and I establish that a particular set of potential clients are good risks, would it be a good idea to share? That's positive sharing. Or I identify that someone is, very slacking on paying their bills, and I identify them and I share that. So it is found in academic literature that neither one is optimum, and it really depends on the circumstances. What is the argument? Well, if I invest in identifying good outcomes, others will be free riding. And the equilibrium outcome will be that everyone will be free riding. So then public institutions start sharing data. So some institution is leading this, some specific vector. And others will start relying on that data that is being shared. And in the longer term horizon, maybe the quality of that data will diminish. But is it the problem of data and having some kind of a unifying ledger that all the data is available is the problem? I really don't think so. I didn't know the numbers, but I saw a Danish, Spanish, Latvian, and Estonian on the panel talking about the importance of science, and I had the ranking in my head in terms of quality. I'm not going to say, you have your own. And it took me 1 second to find out the percentage of GDP that each country is spending on science. And it was 0.7, 0.4, 0.8, and 3. These are the numbers, but, well, I'm not going to say who is 0.7, I guess you know, and who is 3%, I guess you'll know as well.
Thank you so much. And that brings us actually to the next topic, which is how do we use our data? Because obviously, just having data is not enough. We need to turn that data into evidence. Because that is the difference between knowing that, if a person is sick, you take them to the hospital to get healed, versus if you look at the data, oh no, most people die at hospitals, therefore hospitals are a bad place to send people. And that is the important thing of not only thinking about data, but evidence and how we analyze that, combine that with information, and think about it. And I feel like research has a big role to play in that, but I also feel, before we go into research, because I know, Marius, you have a really, expertise in this, I also wanted to ask Arnis from a more company perspective, because obviously, you also have worked in various companies that extensively use data to also increase their core business. So can you talk more about that and, data analysis?
Sure. Yes. How to use data. If I can just maybe go back to the first question as well, in terms of using data and culture, how important that is both in the private sector and in the public sector, and to tie that not just to culture but to incentive, right? You need to not only have the right data, but you need to make sure that the right people are incentivized. And I have two examples. In one of my careers or one of my jobs, I worked in the U.S. government and on the transatlantic trade agreement, and the data showed that the greatest potential to improve our ties was to get rid of regulatory duplication. Why are U.S. cars made by one set of standards and European by another? So we went with this data to the regulators and said, please work it out, so just agree on something. Well, it is not their incentive to grow the economy. It is their incentive to keep you safe when you're driving your car. So there was no incentive for them to agree, and that's why that failed, right? You'll see that also in my private sector job when we tried to have sustainability criteria be more important to a company. Well, if you're being measured by sales and profit, those data points really don't matter as well. So the incentive is very important. In terms of using data, I should also say, I'm not speaking on behalf of Meta. These are my opinions. But Meta, one thing that Mark Zuckerberg will talk about is his priority, the company's priority, is to what they call ship product. So you create an innovation and you get it on the market as quickly as possible and as safely as possible, so that you can inform the actual product. In other words, the first data set is simply to get feedback for the ultimate metric. And I think that's something that we also need to think about as policymakers. Do we really need the primary data set, or is it really the secondary or tertiary data set that we should be measuring? Do we want to know the number of startups or the number of startups that commercialize, et cetera?
Perfect. Thank you so much. And Marius, can you also, I'd really like to ask you, what do you feel is the role of researchers here? So what can, academic economists help with this, or sociologists, or, literally anyone from university?
It's enormous. As policymakers, and I make an assumption here that we have majority here of policymakers, usually we do not start the day by refreshing the Eurostat webpage and looking at the latest press data releases. We rely on someone using that data, feeding into some structural models to tease out the insights. That is the job of academia, the researchers. And their job is to make sure that the insights that they generate are rigorous, and that is the academic rigorousness that we rely on. Of course, sometimes in the area of social science, results change, but that's because the societies are changing. In the fundamental science, some laws are there, and some of the mathematical problems, they don't change for thousands of years. So the role of scientists is fundamental in helping policymakers make their decisions. In the changing society and in the wake of artificial intelligence, I think their role will be even more important, because I want to have a person in the middle to help me understand if that particular result is some extrapolated decision on large language model that big technological institution, being Google, Meta, or OpenAI, that some algorithm is spitting out, or is based on some insights generated that are specific to this society.
So how can we help researchers do this?
So first of all, raise your hand if today you used ChatGPT. So I would say about 10 to 15% of the room. So that's where you start. That's where you start. I'm also a professor at Vilnius University, and I'm teaching macroeconomics. So what is the usual kind of role? You teach a model, you give some assignment, and you say, read that other paper at home, right? And I once caught myself saying, let me check. The usual questions that I give to my students. What does this model say? What was the most important answer? 1, 2, 3, 4, correct. I give a problem on, estimate this particular estimate of inflation based on this specific model. 1, 2, 3, 4, answer. So even the teaching, the comprehension, how we deal with not only data, but with insights is changing. So we need to take that into consideration and use it on a daily basis.
All right, thank you. And Victoria, I'd love to also hear more about how you use the evidence generated by researchers, by analysts in your day-to-day work, and implement that into your solutions.
Yeah, it's a really interesting one. So as a civil servant, I work to ministers who almost always say that they would like evidence and data, but their revealed preference is that they would almost always like the evidence and data that proves their priority to be the top thing to work on. So navigating that is a kind of consistent challenge for us in the civil service. I think one of the things that we've learned is that embedding data into the everyday decision-making cycle is just so critical for being able to have that conversation. Otherwise, you end up in a situation where you're working to a minister or a series of ministers who really would just like to get their policy over the line. And then if as civil servants you come with data that's showing something else, you're seen as quite obstructive or unhelpful and delaying delivery. Whereas if at every single interaction, we always bring data, we have projections, and we can talk about why we're getting to our answers. That then changes the narrative and the way in which data is used to make decisions. The other sort of bit of advice that I would use is to make use of a crisis when it comes. So for us in the UK, the most recent one of those was COVID. And COVID had many problems for us, but one of the things that I think it did for good was focus the public interest in evidence again. Over the past 10 years in the UK, there has been quite a fall in the use of experts, with people being quite against lots of robust evidence and instead focusing on following their gut, potentially led by some of our recent prime ministers. But in COVID, we had a point in time at which the chief scientific advisor was on the TV every single night doing a slideshow showing stats about how many infections there were, how many hospital beds were free, the impact on the UK economy. That is quite radical and a very different approach than what we'd had. And I think it's left some positive lasting impact about the importance of statistics and the importance of rigorous evidence. So I suppose if and when we go into our next crisis, I would encourage us all to use that as a Trojan horse for the good evidence-based things we want to do anyway, because that might be the time to enact change.
No, I completely agree. And I always feel like there's always this tension between like evidence-based policy making and policy-based evidence making. And then there's always this tension here. But Marius, you had a comment?
Just wanted to add that exactly during the COVID period, the Prime Minister's Office of Lithuania was running a dashboard on the statistics of trying to influence the perception of the public. How big is the problem? What are the costs? You know, that there's not only the risk of infections, but there is the risk of the businesses dying. And trying to find the balance in the society across these two or maybe multiple dimensions. Because I guess the most important thing is not only, you know, you just take the strata of the data. Let's say you are epidemiologists. You know, you can kind of guess what type of message I will be pushing for. Or if I am a lobby group for the industrialists, what type of message I will be pushing for. So what we need to openly present to the society, look, here's the data on one angle, this angle, and that's why we're doing what we're doing. Then the society buys into the decisions that are being implemented.
That's fair. So moving on to our third section, which is implementation and decision making, which we already touched upon. And I really want to ask you, like, for super practical advice, because hopefully, you know, we have some takeaways from all of this, that people go away and have a sense of, okay, this is what we should be doing. How do we create such a culture? What are the first steps of creating a culture of evidence-based policy making, or just in general using evidence? What do we need? And Edwin, you haven't talked in a while.
Yes, I think it always typically starts with teams or a selection of people that are actually quite driven to solve some sort of a problem. And I really think so. It's, if you think about how private organizations sometimes are changing themselves and etc. Of course, you might have, you know, basically a crisis and a need. I don't know, you're burning the cash flow, and as a result, you have to turn your business around, or, you know, there is a competitor in the market. But the point is, it can come from that, top down. But basically, when it comes to working with data and getting to the point when you act upon it and etc., it actually takes a little bit of time, actually getting the data, understanding, and first of all is really defining, I guess, the problem that you're trying to solve. And maybe one practical tip in a way is for perhaps in a public public service as well. There are, as I mentioned, right, two examples: State Treasury, Central Bank. It's basically they're running a task force, right? Bunch of people work cross-functionally. They have certain kind of problems that they're trying to define, and then basically those are the people that make them happen. And it's not about fundamentally at that point changing, the entire culture and etc. But you start somewhere. That's how you start with the snowball effect, basically. You take one positive example, you try to extrapolate. And I think it's what Victoria brought up as well, of course. During the pandemic, the sense of urgency, I think for a lot of, different agencies was very, very different. So, change management 101, right? Quarters, 8 or 9 types of rules. The first thing is the sense of urgency. Why are you doing it? So I think that's the question that we have to answer. And to complete it, well, the Prime Minister recently, I think, said that we a little bit are experiencing a bit of like an economic crisis in the country, right? We have to basically cut costs and have to figure out where to do. Well, if that is really the sense of urgency, shouldn't we be looking more as well at our functions and etc. and perhaps, finding what are the different kind of problems to focus on? It's just an example.
Thank you so much. Yanni?
Maybe just to add on that, and maybe a word of warning, that the policy process is also very important. And I think here's an opportunity to learn from the United States is make sure that policy is as inclusive as possible. And I think there's often a temptation, especially when something is complicated, it's like, let's just do it. And then they'll understand why it's good once it's in place. And I think what you see in the United States, a lot of these communities that feel left behind by globalization, feel left behind by trade. And I was part of that, the administration who was driving that trade agenda. We didn't do as good enough of a job. So if you're pushing for a digital economy, do the people in Latgale who are making 30% less than in Riga, do they understand why this is good for them? And also just on a little bit different, on the data itself to explain, nobody knows what AI is. And can you explain it to my mother, right? I think that's the level that we should force ourselves to talk and really explain, or adopting AI, and you say to your employees, well, it helps with productivity. Okay, that just means you want to get more out of me, but how is that good for me? Well, no, productivity also means that the mundane things that you don't want to do, you can do faster, and you can spend more of your day on the things you like to do. So this explaining both in terms of the policy process, making sure everyone's at the table, and then on a micro level, explaining what that data means is, I think, important.
Who should do that, though?
I'm sorry?
Who should do that? Because, it's good to say somebody, out there should explain. Who?
I think it begins with with the advocates, whether it's on the policy level or the expert level, and I think just early and often and meeting people where they are. If they're getting their news from social media, then for better or worse, that's where you should speak to them in a way that they understand. I think sort of the rule of thumb often with policy is once you're really, really sick and tired of repeating yourself is about the time people start listening, right? It's just it's a lot of repetition.
All right, thanks. Marius?
So we also have some politicians in the room, right? And politicians love to be loved, right? This is the most driving force, right? It's not the economic outcome, it's the electability. And how do you achieve that? You need to convey the message, right? That everyone in society will be benefited from this or that particular action. So how to institutionalize that? Legislation or legislative process. It's about the same in democratic societies. But where it differs in the level of check and balances and how long is the debate that was mentioned here. So in US, there is an institution which is tasked to always estimate the appropriateness of a fiscal policy, right? We have also the fiscal councils across EU. In every parliament, there is a legal department or whatever who always check against the appropriateness, are we not infringing some constitutional law or something else, So someone puts that argument and says, no, we cannot do it. But in our countries, Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia, I'm not aware of the economics department or I don't know, some policy department vetting a particular proposal. Is it aligned with the strategy of this government, of that initiative? You know, are we not infringing what we really put forward? So there is no such vetting put in place. And as economists, you know, again, the concept of cost-benefit analysis has been around for hundreds of years, I would dare to say, but that's not being implemented. But that's boring, right? Cost-benefit analysis, calculating on one hand, on the other hand, you know, economists are two-handed people always. But thanks to Meta, right, we have tools. So again, I ask my students, you know, where do you get the news? And these are quantitative economics students. Bloomberg, Facebook, Business Daily, where? None of them. 80% of them are getting the news from Instagram. Thank you, Yanis.
Okay, Victoria?
Yeah, so I think the question was about implementation.
Yeah, so going back is like, how do we, like practical solutions, how do we implement a culture of evidence-based policy making? And also, you know, if you want to comment on anything that has been said before, please feel free to do so.
I might comment on some of it and not on others. I think Yanis's point about incentives were absolutely right, and that's something that we found quite interesting in our work so far, that there was some talk within the British government of trying to encourage different departments to adopt AI as a cost-saving measure only, and then that the Central Treasury, so the Economics and Finance Department, would take back the spoils. So if you were to save money, well done, you'd get a gold star, but the Treasury would take back the funds. Rather surprisingly, almost no departments came up with an idea of how they wanted to use AI in that model. I think that's because why would you take on the risk of implementing something new, something costly, if at the end of the day you're not going to reap any of the returns? So what we're now doing is quite a different model where departments will receive the financial benefits of their investment, and also they have access to centrally funded teams like mine. So within my team, we offer our services free of charge to any department who wants to work with us. And that aligns our incentives much more. So if they have an idea, we've got some technology people, we can work together, and hopefully each party is happy with the end result. So I suppose in terms of how you want to incentivize, I mean, this is the economist's answer, right? But align the incentives and think about sort of how everyone's going to win from the situation. The other thing I would say is about embedding a culture of failure. So especially within government, and I think we heard some of this at the beginning of the day, there is a systemic problem about risk aversion and a culture of people being very unwilling to take on new things because of the personal impact that it might have on themselves, and that it makes sense why people feel that way. We need to change that culture if we're going to innovate and if we're going to adopt new technologies. The way in which we're trying to approach that is by having quite strong guardrails and ring fences about where you can innovate, but within those guardrails, you can do whatever you want, and there are no rules. So for example, within my team, we have no formal mandate for how teams will work with us, and we have no formal prioritization matrix. All we have are guidelines about what you cannot do because it would not be in the public interest or it would not be safe. But other than that, we let our technologists build technology and see what it does. We then measure it, try to gather evidence, and then if it looks good, roll it out further. But that, I think, creates a culture that is less risk-averse and more failure-loving.
No, and I completely agree. I think the two things that I really want to highlight, which I feel are especially important, is one is setting up correct incentives, that if somebody does something good and improves their output, that they're not penalized for it. And the other thing is obviously creating a culture of risk-taking, which also permits failure, because if you're only doing things that everyone else has already done and tested and you know for like 99% that it's going to work, well then, it's not exactly innovative. But I'd also like to open the floor for questions. So I'm assuming we'll have like 2 to maybe 3 questions. So please, any hands? Yeah, and there. Christine?
Thank you very much. I'm Christine Damm from Riga Business School, Baltic Finance Center, and Riga Technical University. Arkadis already know that I'll challenge him on this panel and on the title. And so my personal background is that I spent 12 years in the UK studying and actually doing the boring cost-benefit analysis, which are very boring for economists to do, designing methodologies, doing market assessments, and then I came back to Latvia 7 years ago. And I think my question is, should we be starting this discussion about evidence-based policy with a question about the data? Because data is just one of the types of fuel that go into the process before we've built the car and the roads and the houses where the data needs to go to. Because the facts are quite clear comparing the system. Yes, we have pockets of data, but actually, do we have frameworks? Do we have methodologies for cost-benefit analysis? I looked at the existing ones. We don't actually have economic methodologies that we've adopted, first thing. Second thing is when we pass the laws, we have a section for impact assessment. How many of those are actually filled? I think we need to do the quantitative analysis of that one, but for a lot of the decisions that were very public lately, including on the budget discussions, many of those have blanks, or it says, will you do an impact assessment? No. Are you planning to do one? No. The third thing is, who will do that analysis? So when I came back, my grandmother asked me, what will you do now? And I said, I can't find a job here because the economics departments don't exist. So we don't actually have those economics teams that could do, that would have the methodological expertise to do cost-benefit analysis. And the third thing, the last one, actually the fourth one, is about the consultation and decision-making process as a whole. Because, as Victoria also said, everyone needs to get into the habit that when a challenging policy proposal is made, there is genuine consultation where cost-benefit analysis can be used as a grounds to potentially change that policy, or if the cost-benefit analysis is not sound, it can actually result in the policy not being made at all. And hence the question is, I think the data bit is an important part to it, but in many areas we actually have a lot of data. And the thought experiment, because I've also trained as a philosopher, is the following. Assume we had all the data suddenly, it was all like available from tomorrow. How would it exactly change and improve the quality of discussions? What would be the levers of change? Thank you.
I almost feel like that's a question like to me as the moderator that I should respond to. But sure, actually, I will respond and I'll also ask you guys. So my sense for that is, and why I feel it's also important that we do have data, is that to some degree we do have people either here or abroad who can help provide the data analysis, but we do indeed, as you mentioned, do not really have the demand for such data analysis, which I alluded to also in our discussion on the culture of use of data and evidence. But my sense is that until you have someone actually do like a real cost-benefit analysis, people don't even know how that looks. Like calling back to our keynote speaker, it is you don't even know how winning looks like, and that you don't even know that you need this. And so in my mind, the theory of change is obviously that you need to think about, first of all, having access to data, so that when the people come, they actually have somewhere to latch onto and start developing that. And through that kind of drive a supply and a culture of the use of data. But again, that is my personal ideas and experiences, and I'd also welcome you guys to challenge it or comment on it. Marius?
I don't think that we need more data. I think I have enough. My son, I think, has too much, and he's overwhelmed. And here I'll pick on countries, on our good friends Estonians. Didn't Bank of Estonia and all the economists said that, once you reform the pension system, and you allow people to take money from your retirement account, those pensioners, they will not reinvest in the stock market. They'll just spend it. The outcome? They spent it. Don't we know that if you invite high-level professors from all the world to come to Latvian universities, but you ask them to speak Latvian, they will not come. But you had it. Fantastic. Is 10% big inflation? Yeah, 10, right? 100 euros for an espresso when you retire. That's how much it means over the next 40 years. So people have difficulty understanding the insights. And what we are really failing is at communicating. Communicating the insights, and it's not the lack of data. It's not that, economists or sociologists are doing a bad job. There are lots of insights there, but we are not applying them. Where is the failure?
Liene?
Where my mind goes, however, is with innovation, there always will be data gaps, right? And it's important to look back and try to capture them. But, in the United States, I think 60% of job categories didn't exist. And 85% of growth comes from that 60%. So entire new categories are being created. If you're asking what kind of jobs will AI create, we don't know. I mean, so there is a bit of a leap of faith with some of these very innovative technologies that we will find out. I mean, who knew with a lot of when the internet was first created that we would have, social media influencers or website designers really being being a real job. So there will always be some uncertainty.
All right, thank you. And Liene? Oh, sorry, Liene, Edwin.
That's fine. What I wanted to say is, I think, just practically speaking, I think something that might help the public sector as well. For example, I think we have a lot of good, so first of all, we definitely don't need more data, okay? Data is there. Too much of it. If we can just make sense of what we already have, that'll be fantastic. And we can use it more frequently, more than once or twice, etc., would be great. And an example that really comes to my mind is that recently, Latvian state, because of the rising Euribor rates, decided to essentially make a decision to support essentially all the, well, there were criteria, but essentially the mortgage holders and, support with basically a lump sum payment. So the banks have all the data, they're able to analyze it and then send to the state revenue office that executes it. So it's good intention, right? If there is a need in the society, for example, because of either economic hardship or etc., or because of a situation like it, to support individuals. The tricky challenge with this type of example is that the money went to everyone, and including those people that didn't really need it, that didn't need support from the state. So maybe on the second iteration, perhaps we can figure out where do we get the additional data to make it more targeted, right? It's a simple example. So I think it's all of that goes into iterations, but it really goes back to the core topic. What are we really trying to solve here? What's the main aim? I think education works pretty well, right? If we know that mathematics exam results perhaps aren't as great as if we have a target that hasn't been reached, there is a really deep dive analysis that goes into it, some clear suggestions and implementations of what to do further. And I think it's just as simple as that, in my opinion, how everything really should run. But it really starts with what are the KPIs? What are we measuring, right? What's the problem?
All right, thank you. And there was a question in the back there.
Thank you. Evi Staube, Latvia State Radio Television Center. And my question, actually, I wanted to ask in the previous panel, but it actually should fit also in this one. It's about artificial intelligence and just a small context. Our president mentioned that this topic as well, and also many of us here, I see, we had a great chance to participate in a delegation in the US, and we met in Silicon Valley big companies and smaller companies, and on the top of the list was the artificial intelligence. And then we heard in at least two places that EU regulations and AI Act, which was announced in August this year, that wouldn't help in artificial intelligence area at all. So it means EU should be behind by default. And then in one company, a CEO said, if Latvia, as a small country, could do something in this implementation of the act, which is the not the directive but regulation, so we have like 2 years time to implement it. If we would have some legal creativity, that would give a big advantage in EU. Of course, this doesn't apply for UK, so you're lucky. But what's your elaboration on this? And yeah, Marius, you can, if we agree on something here, don't take it immediately to Lithuania. And Tavi, don't take it immediately to Estonia. So let's discuss it here. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Edwin?
Oh, sorry, would you mind just stating what is the question? Are you asking us what is our suggestion of how that policy should be adopted to the Latvian state?
Maybe I'm not expecting an immediate answer, but what's your take on that?
Yes. So I'm happy to answer. I recently had a fantastic opportunity via the central bank to meet the Lord Mayor of London, which was great. So basically he's a professor of economics. And anyways, one of the reasons of his visit was actually to address or talk a little bit about that specific question, which is that there is an EU AI Act. And for those of you that perhaps haven't had the privilege to read it, what it basically says is the following. There are 5 different risk categories that any AI system will have to go through and essentially be categorized. So if you're a business owner that is using tools such as whatever, ChatGPT, you will have to have an inventory of tools like that in-house from, I think, 2026, etc., and say whether it's considered a low risk, high risk, medium risk, or essentially forbidden risk type of a system. So the adoption of that law essentially would mean that Latvia and as well other European Union countries would have to come up with some sort of a framework, legislation really framework, and as well a practical one, essentially how to enforce it and what will be the requirements for businesses basically to follow through. So segue back to the discussion to the Lord Mayor of London was the following. So there are different types of standards outside in the world, and one of them is ISO. ISO is used for loads of different types of things. If you are basically a company and you want to make sure that you have a management standard, you go through an ISO certification and there is a specific number for it. If you are in a food production, there is an ISO standard, there is an audit practice, all of that type of stuff. There is actually an ISO standard as well for artificial intelligence. So the question is, shouldn't we rather be adopting that ISO standard if we sort of accept that ISO standards are a norm rather than have and AI basically act and follow it through. So I guess my 2 cents on it, well, European Union has decided we will have to adopt it, but of course if we could pedal back, perhaps that is a different consideration how to look at this problem, because yes, we definitely will be losing on competition. Yes, there are lots of different features, artificial intelligence related, that are no longer coming to Europe, all the great stuff, Apple, whatever intelligence, name any other companies out there. So of course we are somewhat lagging behind, and going back to, I think, to what Tavi said initially, right? A museum of technology, is that where we headed?
Marius?
So this is Competitiveness Council, right? So there is an element, or there should be an element of competition. So then we implement or adapt directives or implement regulations of European Union. It seems that, well, it is as it is, or maybe we have some wiggle room. But sometimes we can do what we really want. The concept of subsidiarity is implemented in European legislation. So we should definitely use that. So I'll give a concrete example from my previous professional experience. We did some legal innovation at the Bank of Lithuania 6 years ago. And I pushed for something which the legal department said, no, you cannot do that. Thanks God, the governor was a lawyer himself. And he said, well, law is just an interpretation. So I interpret it differently. Meaning what? Well, is Bank of Lithuania a bank? Depends. So I think that it is. Therefore, we can do what? Open our banking system to all the ones who want to compete with the current banking system. That's how fintech system was born in Lithuania. Now you're bringing the subject of artificial intelligence. There's a AI Act, much more stringent because of the other values that we have at European Union. Maybe some of our colleagues at US have other different perspectives. Again, another example that I will use is killing people a bad thing? Yes. Producing lethal equipment? Yes. We need a permit. It's a very strong procedure. And if you are a startup and you want to be working in that area, good luck to you. Not in Germany. Why is that? Well, they created a niche where if you produce something, but you don't sell anything in Europe, and you sell everything, God knows where, but usually Ukraine, that's fine. And it kicked off the industry. So there's always a choice.
Just sort of a broader comment going back to maybe what Lars said at the beginning was when you mentioned the EU AI Act, I mean, my first response is Meta will be fine. Meta has an army of lawyers, and as do other big companies. And I think when we're talking about overregulation, it's really a tax on small companies. It's the small companies that can't afford it. I think something, the Draghi report is very good on this, and I think startups have to set aside something 1/3 of their resources simply for legal compliance. So again, I think this should be seen as a competitiveness issue for those companies you need.
I'd also like to follow up on that a lot of times the regulation is also a tax on the state, because somebody has to also follow up on it and see that everyone else is doing it. And that's sometimes one of the costs we also forget. Victoria, do you have something to add to this?
Yeah, so of course we're no longer in the EU, so the EU AI Act does not apply in the UK. My prior on this, so I started my career in financial regulation just post-crisis, where there was quite a lot of thinking going on about how you should regulate these kind of globally systemic, cross-border organisations that provide important services for citizens that cannot fail. Which sounds to me rather a lot like how we think about a lot of technology companies now, that they operate cross borders, they provide services that many people rely on, but also they have the potential to create enormous harm if things go wrong. One of the things that they do with financial services regulation, generally speaking, is that it's paid for by the providers. So there are levies on financial services companies scaled to the size of the company. I would propose that that would be a very sensible way to pay for the regulation of AI. So it's a scaled input mechanism based on the size of the provider. I also think that that can help to create a dialogue where the regulation is co-created between providers and regulators, because you have a seat at the table from having to pay for it, rather than it being regulation done to providers. I should say this is not British government policy, more my personal views, but hopefully we'll get to that kind of slightly more adult-to-adult conversation around these important topics.
That's a very interesting idea, and I haven't heard that one brought up before, so I think that's actually really cool. So we are pretty much at time. I had one super quick question for each of you. A small soundbite. What do you feel is the low-hanging fruit that we could do to kind of use either data or AI or digitalization, one sentence or less?
We should all use it. Here's really my sentence. If we have only 15 or so % of the people in this room who have tried it, please try it and then make up your mind whether it is for you and for your organizations.
Perfect. Thanks. Arnis?
Growth in jobs. Digital is the fastest growing part of the economy, and those jobs pay better.
All right. Thanks. Marius?
The direct cost of the war in Ukraine is 250 billion euros. The indirect cost so far is 1 trillion. If I would give 1 trillion to Meta 10 years ago, could they have changed the perception of people, and we could have avoided what we have achieved right now? Is 1 trillion a lot of money for Meta? They make 130 billion a year. I think it's a lot of money. So we just wasted the money. So we need to create data, not only use it. We need to create perceptions and inspire, incentivize people to do the right things. don't make an assumption that if I give you the data, people will understand it.
All right, thank you. Victoria?
I think mine's a little bit simpler. Hire technologists into government. Just get them in there. They will help advise you on what to do. Just hire them.
All right, well, thank you so much, and thank you so much for your questions.
Okay, and if you can, so Ļoti labi, es tieši gatavojos jūs nākamajā. Bet jūs saņēmat to senā? Jā, Labdien!
Good afternoon. I will ask all of you to take your seats so we can start the second part of the forum in time. This is the second part and the third panel. And we have here, first of all, to the left, Jurģis Miezainis, who is the Parliamentary Secretary of the Ministry of Economics. Unfortunately, the minister has fallen ill, and Mr. Miezainis agreed to substitute him. Then we have Inga Vilko, who is a council member of the State Audit Office. And Raivis Kronbergs, who is the director of the State Chancery. And Mame Fatudiane, OECD, from OECD, director of a department, economist, co-author of the last OECD report on Latvia's economy. And in our panel discussion, we will speak about a topic which is very relevant currently. That's the question of public administration and effectiveness. The economy of Latvia is stagnating, but at the same time, expenses are growing in the area of security and defense. We also see it in the upcoming reform to taxes, and the companies and also inhabitants are complaining and are asking questions about excessive bureaucracy. And the leaders of this country have also talked about this. The Prime Minister has said repeatedly, for example, on November 23, we want to make the bureaucratic procedure easier. The ministries should review their procedures, how to get rid of bureaucratic obstacles. Companies do not understand the sort of throwing out of papers from one institution to another. And also, when giving interview to the Latvian television, she also underscored that excessive bureaucracy was hindering the development of the country. And the president also said today that we are drowning in super normativism. And he also underscored that exaggerated bureaucracy in Latvia was hindering development of economy. So our task is to speak about those matters of effectiveness of public administration and the bureaucracy. Now, my question to the entire panel, we will ask Mr. Mizans to answer first, and then we will move on. So my first question consists of two parts. First of all, which is how can we measure effectiveness of public administration? Is that possible? And if we use the measurement that you now mentioned, what would be the evaluation? How effective is public administration? Good afternoon. I'm very happy to see so many of you here, people who are interested in these matters. Public administration and measurement of its effectiveness, perhaps it's how to measure it? The number of legal acts, that wouldn't be a measurement. Speed of procedures. Perhaps this could be a measurement. How quickly we as a state are able to process things, like building design projects and so on. This could be one part of it. But then the other part of it, whether this speedy, this quick process ensures quality. And here a bureaucracy comes in, because we always want to avoid any mistakes. And in all processes which are linked especially to safety, these should be very precisely measured. And also we should have a perfect balance between speed and safety, so that we would avoid disasters that we have had in our history. We have to find ways how to do everything fast and well. And now we have this possibility to review our processes, and especially bureaucratic processes in construction. Actually, this is digitalization. This really enables us. Now, we had this sort of normativism, analogous normativism. We are not bringing it to the digital environment on the same level of complexity, but we are able to take some principles because that sort of hindered us. But now we have already compatible databases, also database decisions, and so on. And so digital proceedings really speed up all of this. We don't have to request for information. Isn't it so that we have been speaking about digitalization for quite some time now? Has something really set this process in motion in the last years? Well, at the Ministry of Economics, what is the most obvious example is the construction information system. Latvia is a pioneer. We have this digital process of construction. Some time ago, there was a need or the obligation to run through 100 of offices, and you were always asked additional opinions, additional documents, and you had to print out your this building design project in 5 different formats and sizes. Now everything is in a digital form. You can upload all the documents, and the supervisory institutions can follow this again, but also for the companies involved. Initially, we saw resistance against it, but now we also see that companies are satisfied. And if we now had to turn it back to analogous, it would be even more complicated. Do you have any data proving that now all this process is moving on faster? I have colleagues who are telling me that in Lithuania you can do it 3 times faster and 20% cheaper if you in Lithuania, the same store, for example. Well, currently we have prepared more than 60 proposals. This is the second part. We have digitalized the process, and now we are improving it. We are enabling all those possibilities which the digital procedure has given to us. And so through decreasing bureaucracy, and we had several working groups, and we are moving on. We are going to move on, and we are going to to delete those stages where we see that the construction process really got stuck because of some kind of subjective requirements. For example, municipalities had introduced something additional. And probably the discussions that we are going to have will be quite hard. In the end, this will be a political decision by the cabinet. And also, when we bring the construction law to the parliament, this again will be a decision of the politicians, of the parliament. Whether we are taking a very cautious road or we are taking a road that is going towards development. And we have to choose a proportional way. And sometimes politicians dislike this term proportional. But we have to deal with this time problem. Time is money for companies. We cannot be in such processes where, implementation of an idea takes years. We won't be able to attract investors. We won't be able to have our companies developing projects. Inge now. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this invitation. And in answering your question, I will mention several indicators or measurements. One is used also by the OECD and not only. And that's the level of public trust. And then unfortunately, I have to say, public trust is not high. We cannot be proud of this, and we really have to work on this. And really, we have to understand that this is not only the impression created by public administration, but it's also activities, outcomes, and attitude. It's not only public relations that could improve this. You cannot blame media for this, but the media are bringing all these negative stories and decreasing the public trust. Every person is providing this assessment on the basis of his or her own experience, and this should be taken into account. Another indicator which I would like to mention, and it also goes back to what was said in the previous panel discussions. I don't know whether I cannot speak about accurate measurement, but the indicator, true, complete, clear, usable information, this kind of index. If we speak about public administration, so the information should be accessible mandatorily. So this information should be accessible. And sometimes when we look at it, we see that all kinds of ads and all kinds of entertainment is produced, but this information is presented formally. It cannot be used, it cannot be analyzed, but this follows from the law. And then information about or basic data of the area of supervision. Sometimes the ministries present information about the areas they are supervising, like real estate of the state and so on. They enumerate legal acts, but they're not producing data, what kind of assets they are supervising, the structure of the assets. So this kind of information would be important. And finally, information about the institution's activities, which allows analyzing it, of course, open for stakeholders from outside and also for the institution itself. And if we analyze activities of public administration, we see that people are afraid of comparisons. And people are afraid of comparisons. But this is needed for development. So we need this kind of information openness index. But also that the information should be full and usable and true. And another indicator which I would like to link to money. And thinking about the data that we have, I believe that rather a successful indicator could be the dynamics in the growth of remuneration in public administration average, and also the increase of remuneration in private sector. Sometimes when we analyze remuneration in public administrations, and very expensive studies are being commissioned, and also speaking about shadow economy's impact upon private sector. And if this impact is so huge that we cannot believe the data, then the public administration hasn't done its job. And this indicates the dynamics in remuneration, what you can expect in public sector. You could expect increase in public sector sooner than in the public administration. And if you see that it's the other way around, then it's really, there's this red flag appearing, something needs to be done. And what is now, so what would be the answer of civil servant number 1? Oh, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In public administration, well, you cannot have these comparisons on sort of one level. There are some institutions, some services on a very good level, very good quality, and some service providers really need lots of improvements. Until now, we were measuring our services or work, whether we have met the legal requirements, whether we have really fulfilled our tasks. We are very proud of this. But we have to change the mentality. And I have been saying this repeatedly about the service, how we provide service, how it is done, how kindly, how quickly I respond to events. And then we will definitely see change in mentality, and it will be felt. Society does not feel what they lack, because people expect a lot, and these expectancies towards public administration is very high. If it would be more than 3 million of inhabitants, then we would have to work even faster. There are countries with immigrants and refugees, and you have to process also their needs in public administration and come to a quick solution. And we have a very small number of population, and we cannot get to these results. We have to change our attitude to service provision, and this will lead to greater public trust in public institutions. Or perhaps you can mention those bad examples.
Tieši domāju, tas būs nākamais jautājums. Mums ir dažādi reģistri, dažādas informācijas sistēmas. Tad es pasaukšu kādu, kuru es lietoju, un kādu, kur citi lieto. Noteikti uzņēmuma reģistrs ir slavējams pie tā, ka tur ir ļoti daudz, kas izdarīts. Viņi arī pirmie, kas aizgāja mākonī strādāt, ja tā var teikt. Man kā...
Cloud services, and me as an official, I also like the system of declaration of the State Revenue Service. Yeah, Baiba, maybe you want to get up and then receive the applause. Yes, in the declaration, I don't have anything to fill in because the system has already filled everything in. So you only have to maybe add a couple of documents. So what are the bad ones? Because right now we're only talking about good examples. So who is not present? Let's check. Well, those who are less protected, so those registers and those services, yeah, they are digitalized, but unfortunately they don't have the skills. So it means that we only haven't given opportunity to use Latvia LV is the only opportunity to communicate with the institution. Another thing is that we are very good at letter writing because we do a lot of remote work. But I think that the person might sometimes want to come and to talk offline, and there have been cases when the person has come, has talked about their problem, and then at the end they said, no, you know, I don't need anything else because actually you have listened to me, you have understood me, you even said sorry that something has been done not so well. Okay, so Manifata, the same question to you.
Actually, that's some of the things I wanted to say have already been said, in particular the focus on trust. I mean, if we step back, at the beginning of your question in terms of what matters, how to define effectiveness of public administration. Obviously, it's a multidimensional metric because we care about the success, let's say, in providing services to businesses, to professionals, to citizens. But the second part, maybe away from the profit, the welfare maximizing objectives, is also to bring more trust, cohesion, more cooperation within society. And this trust measure is itself, it's a good summary statistics because it embodies various other aspects. So first on how trustworthy indeed the public administration is, how effective it is, but also how good it has been historically at reducing disparities, both regional, social, that when you have winners and losers, that the winners don't win too much and the losers don't lose too much. So if we have to think also that the public administration is not just the central government, but all the local levels of administration. So it's hard to give an encompassing measure of it all. But I would say that if we start thinking about each of the areas specifically, which is the way that the OECD approaches it, right? By breaking the problem in smaller pieces and looking at comparing the administration on various measures. Latvia can do better, but has also done a lot in terms of quality of public administration. Especially with respect to strengthening the judicial system, with respect to improving reducing the fragmentation of local government. So in terms of business environment, which is also, of course, very important for economics. What is more difficult is, as has been discussed this morning, is for example, strengthening the environment for innovation, because that's something that is not, let's say, the forte of a public administration. But yes, so I would, to answer your question directly, I wouldn't say that it can do better, but so far there has been a lot of progress. Let's not forget it.
But perhaps as a follow-up question, I mean, the OECD, of course, is a very comparative organization, constantly comparing the member states. And how does Latvia look on the bureaucracy scale or public administration scale?
Yeah, so you mean in terms of numbers? So in terms of numbers, as any smaller country in terms of population, the cost of administration is necessarily going to be more expensive than elsewhere, because you have to, the economies of scale, let's say, are more difficult to realize. Latvia has gone some way in that direction, because there has been a territorial reform, for example. But in terms of public administration, it will necessarily have a cost that may be higher than more densely populated areas, let's say, per person. In terms of the bureaucracy, there was the reform in 2022 of the public administration that was trying to raise let's say, to catch up with the salaries in the public administration. So, in that sense, I think in various areas, let's say the institutional memory, the retention of good people had deteriorated quite a lot in Latvia before that, in the public sector, and we think that this reform was going the right way. But now, to be able to bear fruits, it has to be complemented as well with improved human resource management, with training. I mean, there were some interventions this morning also about, the data cost-benefit analysis. I'll get back to that later, but I would say where it's lagging now is probably on the human resource management, especially with respect to digital skills, management skills, rather than the clerical aspects of public sector management, and also in terms of just training in general for the public service.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll probably return to some of this comparative stuff later in our discussion, but let's go down the line again. This time I have a question for each of you, and
Yeah, well, I got confused with the languages, so I'm back to Latvian. Miezainis. In the regional visit in October 2023, Viktors Valēns, who is the Minister of Economy, he said that state institutions should be partners of businesses and not the threats. And they should work together so that economic activity can be increased. And of course, reducing of bureaucracy is an absolute goal. So at the ministry, how are you doing with that? Yeah, you already mentioned digitalization, but maybe there are some other steps that you have already at least started in order to decrease bureaucracy, also maybe the number of bureaucrats. Well, I have already written down what are the practical things. Well, if we're talking about legal acts, there are altogether 60 new legal acts that have been enacted. But now, if I'm talking, if I'm thinking how much I can actually tell, well, we're all friends here, so talk about anything you feel like. Well, in the ministry, we have really worked a lot with the artificial intelligence and the potential of integration of artificial intelligence. And of course, what can be more beautiful than an artificial intelligence officer? And that would be an opportunity to really improve a lot of mechanical processes. And of course, there should be human supervision. Nobody is saying there wouldn't be. But right now we are running a pilot project, and we have an institution that is very keen on working on that. But we do have internal bureaucracy because we have to understand how much we can actually do. So how much we can give up to that artificial intelligence so that the artificial intelligence would be able to, for example, give answers to frequently asked questions, but not on like a bot, no, on like a specialist. And now I'm looking at one of companies, which is a Draugiem LV group, and recently we had a conversation with them about how could we able to understand efficiency and productivity of those people who already work for us. So we do have a lot of ambitious plans. And yes, digitalization to create new public officers without increasing the number of public officers. And if we are able to achieve all that, yes, then I think then the country will become, the state will become a partner of companies. It will not be something that they are afraid of, but yeah, it will be interested in speeding up processes. Inga, in May this year, regarding the public control, and the controller talked about that, yeah, bureaucracy has not decreased, and it was heavily criticized. You are working with the state control from 2017, so maybe you have an answer why it's so difficult to reduce bureaucracy in our country. Well, given if that's the fact, yeah, because your boss said exactly that. Well, sometimes when we're talking about specific situations, the first question is, maybe common sense should just prevail. But on the other hand, we cannot rely just on common sense. We do need some rules of the games, and how do we make sure that the rules of the game are the minimum, and then how decision-making should take place, and how companies can be involved, and why we do not have a reduction in bureaucracies, because maybe that's easier that way. It's kind of more secure that way and more comfortable that way. Maybe somebody had a bad experience, but in any case, if we hear that we have to decrease bureaucracy, then of course we want to make sure this is just not a nice slogan. Yeah, also in the past, we have worked on decreasing bureaucracy, so we have to make sure that we really do things. Maybe not completely everywhere, but we have to work on everyday processes. That, And then very soon we will be talking about what we have achieved using the artificial intelligence. So basically the idea is that if something does not produce result, we should be able to say this is the cost of that inefficient process. This is how much the society is paying for that inefficient process. Yes, well, the reality is the way reality, and we can say, well, bureaucracy is not decreasing because it's easier and more comfortable. Well, right after you, Raivis Kronbergs is going to be talking. Raivis Kronbergs, Director of the State Chancellery, you started to work quite recently. We are not, of course, requesting results within like a couple of months, but at the same time, decrease of bureaucracy is on your agenda. So how are you going to do that? Maybe you have a vision. Do you see an exit? Do you see an escape? How we are able to really decrease the bureaucracy? How we are able to do something? Yes, true. This is on my agenda, absolutely. And I hope I don't look like a bureaucrat myself. Well, just like Mrs. Vilka already said, we have to start with simple steps to define what is actually happening. And we have to understand that exchange of information and data and specific tasks within public institutions, that should be also simplified. Then the next step, we have to involve our citizens, which is, in this case, we're talking about external actions. Yes, but how do we do that? There should be somebody showing the way. So then those who also would like to do the same will join in. So, for example, me, I don't write a letter. So, for example, if I see a situation where I need to get involved, then with ministries who are involved, I write a very short message saying that let's stop it, because the citizens, they don't need that. They don't need just beautiful words. They don't need another meeting of us. They don't need another paper, because the citizens are already fed up. And they're actually not gaining anything by us just pushing information back and forth. So then I say, so this is the decision we have to make. Let's do this, that step. So first of all, internally, between institutions. Another point, another thing is that we can reduce the bureaucracy. Remember, in the first panel, there was a point saying that we have to achieve a balance. Of course, we understand it's also about the financial part, but quite often this normativism is very exaggerated when we're talking about external donors, for example, EU money coming in or external investors. But what happens is that we kind of keep the same approach within our internal processes, and there is no need. Because what happens is that if we, for example, want to use the investment, that sometimes, yes, there is bureaucracy involved, but we don't have to keep the same level of democracy inside. Well, I don't know. Well, during lunch today, I had an opportunity to talk to some of businessmen, and the question they asked is that why don't we do, for example, like in New Zealand? Because from spring, quite brutally, they have reduced, I think, like 5 to 10%, just very mechanically, in every ministry, in every institution of public administration, the number of bureaucrats has been reduced. Yes, we kind of did the same during the crisis time, but the question is, maybe we should just do that now.
Well, actually, once we already went through this and did not give the results. We understand that the human resources that we have who are doing those small jobs, we lack them, those people who would do these mechanical jobs, because we are not providing sufficient remuneration. We have to look at the remuneration for this part, for this segment, so that it would be competitive in the market and compared to business environment. And I believe now the approach is the right one, that the top salaries should not be increased. And we have, well, and sometimes this remuneration has not been sufficient, but many service providers are these sort of people in large numbers, but if we provide incentives, if they are competitive, then we will also see greater productivity and effectiveness. Mame Fatu.
The 2024 OECD Economic Survey of Latvia, as with earlier reports, contains very concrete recommendations aimed at growing the competitiveness of Latvia's economy. However, we often hear in the discourse in Latvia that these recommendations, they're never sort of actually executed. They just stay on paper, and then we wait for the next OECD report, and we have some more recommendations, and we shake our heads, it's fantastic, what a great idea, and then we put it onto a shelf. Is that the case? So, I mean, how does the OECD look at the adoption of recommendations in Latvia? And again, how does Latvia look on a comparative basis if we look at how recommendations are adopted?
Well, thank you. Unfortunately, I have a very imperfect answer to this question, because if we want to talk about hard data and statistics, the last time the OECD actually calculated what we call the reform responsiveness rate was just before COVID in 2019, and then during COVID this exercise was actually discontinued. But if I start from the historical data, so the last time that this exercise was done to look at the intensity, let's say, of structural reforms, both in terms of number, but also how deep the reforms are, was in 2019, as I said. And at that time, actually, Latvia was in the top third of countries. Now, not among the top reformers, but also not among the worst. But what do you make of this? Is this bad or is this good? Because in a sense, Latvia is trying to converge to now to the OECD or the European living standards. And so you could say, well, actually, it should be even among the top performers in structural reforms. So it's really difficult to make these judgments in terms of, okay, who's doing more in terms of reforms. I think more important than that is really how steady the progress is, because that's one thing that we noticed is that many countries do reforms, but then and including Latvia as well, but then there are reforms that are then reversed, or in the implementation, the implementation does not do actually what was the intention of the reform, or even just some either watering down or backtracking on the structural reforms. If I take an example of this, for example, in Latvia there is a high large informal sector. One key recommendation that has been for a very long time in OECD economic assessments has been to reduce the taxation on lower incomes on labor. So to reduce the wedge between what the labor costs to the employer and what the person actually gets in their pocket. And it sounds like a good idea, but this is not an easy reform because it also requires making other efforts, finding the money elsewhere. And in fact, there are not many choices. And these other possibilities, whether they are in terms of property taxation or taxation on consumption, leave winners and losers. So it's a typical example of a reform that you would not expect to be done in 2 years, maybe not even in 10 years, but when it happens, it has to happen really frankly and in a coordinated way across the different instruments that the government has. So all this to say that there are reforms, there are structural reforms. I think one difficulty in Latvia and elsewhere in the OECD has been this unsteady progress, let's say, towards many objectives, but that's not exceptional. Latvia is not exceptional in that sense. It's something that all governments have to grapple with. I would say it's even more difficult nowadays that we have more coalition governments, that let's say there's more uncertainty, because we've also done some quantitative studies on that. So of course, you know, when you have less cohesion in government, you also have fewer reforms. When you have less changes, usually new governments tend to adopt more reforms in the first few years. So when you don't have a change, well, then you also have fewer reforms. But yeah, so it's good on certain aspects, but could do better, let's say.
Could do better. Okay. Well, tagad pievērsīsim.
And now we shall turn our attention to the most recent OECD report with several recommendations regarding improving the capacity of public sector and improves effectiveness of spending. So I received the link of this. I will also send you the link to this report. And please, could you tell which would be the one recommendation of all the offered? For example, centralized recruitment procedures in public administration, expanding measures for recruitment to attract also international candidates and candidates from outside, to have 100 arcades, for example, in public administration. I don't know whether the Minister for Education would be happy to have 100 arcades. Or to increase the prestige, improve the prestige of working in public administrations, improving training and education of public servants. So I will ask Raitis Kronbergs first, which of these recommendations seems to you urgent, that should be urgently implemented? I just opened the link. I didn't know that I had to open the link before. That's nothing new. My students are not doing their homework either, so. Well, I hope that this included recommendation regarding attracting human resources or human capacity. What do I mean by this? We have many Latvians working elsewhere in the EU institutions, also global institutions, and they left with the idea that they could sort of gain new experience and sort of educate themselves, improve themselves. And these people have never said that they would want to stay, to live in these countries forever. So our task would be for the country, for the state and for us, I wouldn't use this word to rotate them, but yes, to rotate, to get them back into our public administration, in our organizations. And perhaps even without competitions. Perhaps, again, you need some kind of preconditions or some kind of amendments, but really we have somehow to stir this pool, and so that people would also gain new experience and would... And this could be a driving force for us. We really have to mix people together. And also people should move from one institution to another. And if we are not doing this, our expertise is not increasing. For example, if I can do something well in one institution, inspire people, and they say, yes, we can do this, and these reforms were good, and we can reach the aims, why not send me to another organization which lacked such inspiring people? I think we could improve Latvia. And I have taken inspiration from the Land Guard. And we are going to have the months when we are celebrating our national holidays. My Latvia, my responsibility. Well, Inga, you probably opened the link. At least one of you has done this. Do you have these in front of you? One of the recommendations was linked, but the wording was quite long. But I selected it before this conference. But while listening to the discussions during the previous panel discussions, really confirmed that my choice was the right one. This recommendation was linked to improving the quality of the data, analysis of data, and also the need to master cost-benefit analysis, and also cooperation between institutions of public administration. So reinforcing this cooperation. All these things were in this one recommendation. And we are afraid to reveal the problems, to discover the problems, and sometimes it's easier just to brush it under the carpet, under the rug. And we don't want perhaps others to get to the data and also discover the problem. So we have these clashes of opinions. And in this, also in the plans we have, all the plans that we have, that public administration should be smart and honest. And actually, I would like to highlight smartness. Sometimes it seems to me that we lack some basic things. Before adopting a decision, the fact should be analyzed with integrity and smartness, and really to present it in substantiating the decisions, to really to explain why one or another alternative has been chosen. I don't know, if we look at all those competitions and for recruitment, very high levels of high level of requirements when people are employed. But when you look at the products, well, before I started working at the state audit, I had my long experience in research and teaching, and sometimes really the teacher and me jumps out. When I look at a legal act with annotation or a document, and I look at this document and I think, well, what kind of mark I would give a student? Probably it would not be satisfactory. And sometimes I believe as a part of an experiment, we should give the same tasks to students to do that. And the result would not be bad. And another point, this recommendation was quite long, and also cooperation was mentioned. I believe that after each inspection by the state audit, we have this conclusion. Lack of cooperation between institutions, between departments, between units. And we had during the keynote speech this morning, and also other speakers were mentioning the need to cooperate on the European level between the Baltic states. I would ask public institutions of public administration to start cooperating. But we have also representatives from the academic community, and we have the studies coming from the academic community. And also we have had different studies on management issues. But then again, I have to ask whether also educational institutions cooperate and specializing. We have overlapping programs in our universities. Social sciences are taught in all our universities, and also medicine, also in several universities. Why so? We are not really having those examples of cooperation in practice. So how can you give this advice to others if you are not able to cooperate yourself?
So on this analytic understanding and the need to increase and also to cooperate, so this is all related. And Manifatu.
You also wrote it, I think. So what do you think is from these kind of like public administration reform perspective, which do you think would be the first recommendation that should be executed?
Okay, I thought I had one recommendation, and then actually that recommendation was very broadly discussed this morning, and so it got me to thinking again. So it is the one about the data infrastructure and the improving the methodology and the training of civil servants for cost-benefit analysis. So it sounds like a very minor thing, something, I mean, when you compare to, I don't know, macroeconomic issues, tax policy, I mean, all other things that are more easier to sell, let's say. But we think that this is really important, and it's really important. I mean, it's been said also here in the panel, so we didn't coordinate before. And I think when we try to think why it's so important, I mean, first, when we just compare across countries, we see that Latvia has now the digitalization of public services that is on par with, let's say, the OECD average. But the use of these digital tools, especially for data analysis, for regulatory analysis, cost-benefit analysis, is actually below the OECD average and not as good as neighbors, other Baltic countries, let's say. And this is very important because I think more than adopting regulation, good laws, good regulations, it's really important to have regulations that are stable across time and where you don't get a lot of changes. And that's something that we see in Latvia. So there's a lot of, something is adopted, then there's a lot of other secondary legislation that comes. But then there are various changes to it that happen all the time. There's a lot of activity in terms of writing regulation. And maybe there would be less if these regulations were better prepared before. And this is something where probably some consistency, training, developing the methodology, as has been said this morning, would really go a long way to improve certainty for citizens and especially for businesses.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Well, I think the first thing I have to talk about is I want to reply to that question regarding taxes on labor. After a lot of time and political discussions, is that when we were talking about how it influences the budget is 250 million. So this is a priority that the members of the parliament are now discussing. And then, of course, it is also in line with the OECD recommendations regarding taxes on labor. So basically how improvements can be made regarding centralizing of employment in state institutions. Well, maybe one thing I want to talk about, and I have been thinking about it a lot, is that why do we have all of that bureaucratic overflow also within our internal process? Quite often, being such a small country, we quite often think that in decrease of bureaucracy could, as already mentioned, so for example, if we say, okay, let's just horizontally cut some bureaucracy, it would mean that somebody just loses a job. And it means that there is this internal resistance to it. And then organizations with that internal resistance, it could be so huge that people finally decide, no, we're not doing anything because we're not able to agree. So let's just better just keep things as they are. And this will be the decision that will be on the table of the minister and on the table of the parliament. So a decrease of bureaucracy, this is an agile process. We have to constantly understand and then see where we could decrease bureaucracy. So right now, the decision of the government that for 2.5% will be the maximum threshold regarding increase of salary in the public sector, which would be a good motivator. Also, the public servants will be able to think, how are we able to use the resources more efficiently? So basically, those who are in the management position, they should really think, how are we able to use the resources that we have in a more efficient way? Because this will be an opportunity to increase salaries of those specialists who are really doing their job really well and giving good results. I think it would be a better it will actually bring better results. It will be decrease of bureaucracy, also use of new technologies, integration of new technology, also use of artificial intelligence on a larger scale. And I think the society and also the companies will get a lot from it. But it's important that the processes will be efficient, and in the end, they will also be cheaper. Okay, thank you very much. In my introduction, I said that efficiency in public administration is extremely important. So now you can also ask questions from the room. Yes, and I can already see the Minister of Education would like to start. Yes. Yes, maybe I would start with a comment and then I will ask a question. As a minister, quite often I'm the user. I'm the user of public administration services. So if I'm looking through the recommendation, the first thing I notice when we are talking about efficiency and productivity and use those beautiful words is that when we talk with officials and when we ask them why are we even doing that, then the best question is really ask why are we doing that specifically and what is the best way to achieve the same results. So what we need kind of three types of learning. First of all is project management. Second, digital skills. And the third one, this is some kind of a putting together of processes. So and now I'm coming to the question, and I think it's already possible, but how do we do it more efficiently, in a more efficient way and also faster? So we still live in the system that is quite old. We all live in a system that is divided into boxes. So every ministry has its own responsibility, its own box. So what's happened is if we are trying to solve a problem, then it's not possible to put together a team for problem solving. So everything is kind of complicated. And of course, the state control is talking very nicely, but they are usually saying, okay, you're not doing your job well. But this is one of the things. When we start to really solve some problems, then this is what we face. So for example, when we were talking about good people who could work, do we publish an ad in some kind of a newspaper, or do we use social media? No, normally they're not looking for a job. The good people are not looking for a job. They already have a job. So what do? We approach them where they already work. So the questions. How can we actually simplify the system already now? Or do we need some legislative changes so that we are able to understand what are expected results? And also the remuneration should be dependent on the achieved results. I think Raivis will be, or Inga, you could be the first ones to answer. Okay. I will start. So the thing that you mentioned about project management, as they can show, we have to say that after the reform 2020, and when we did the audit, what happened is that it was one of the goals, but in the end it did not happen. So it was not possible to modernize because the modernization plan has been had to be accepted very quickly because we had the resilience mechanism money and we wanted to use that money. So that's why we did not come to the final solution. Well, after the audit, we can say, yeah, the management center is weak. And as the president already mentioned, we have this feudalism on data. Yes, this feudalic attitude is still there. And then we say that there is a task, but there is a task that has to be done by several ministries. What happens is that at least one ministry is responsible, everybody is responsible. So that's why we do have the government where all the ministries, all the ministers are working together. So, for example, if there is a project that is managed by the Ministry of Economy, but then there is the Ministry of Transport or the Ministry of Education that is involved, what happens is that they are also responsible. And for example, if the project management, the Ministry of Economics has not achieved the results, everybody will be responsible. So right now we don't have that feeling. We understand that competitiveness can be, but at this point, it's kind of a more of a disturbing factor, a factor that is not allowing us to work efficiently. Well, regarding the remuneration, how do we put it together with this project management culture? We have to see what are the options, and I know that the State Chancellery has already tapped into that. So maybe one of the things we could do, we can work with university. I used to work at a university, and I remember that we should maybe work together. So the academics should work together with the state institutions. So sometimes I had the feeling that I don't have what I'm teaching. So our organization, even though we were teaching management, our organization was badly managed. So even on the level of our own university, so there was the number of hours that were calculated, and at that point, while I was already working at the university, I was not part of the state control. So in the end, it was written down that everybody is working for 8 hours every day, even though in reality nobody was working every day for 8 hours. But then the reply, why are we just writing it down, is because this is the way it should be. Otherwise, the state control would come and tell we're doing something wrong. So basically, we have accounting specialists, we have management specialists, but in the end, we are just doing things in a very bureaucratic way. So what we have to achieve is to make sure that the system of remuneration be results-oriented. And yes, we can say that the universities are sometimes not doing their job. But on the other hand, if there are no initiatives, maybe there should be this demand for graduates who are able to work immediately as officials. So maybe the remuneration should also be kind of related to the demand. Otherwise, what happens is that we have some people working overtime a lot, working during weekends, and then in the end, we're not achieving anything. So what we need is a result-oriented approach. And a lot of things, of course, require some budget, some financing, and then we understand that within the current budget, it's not possible to get the money. The budget has already been approved, so you're not getting the money. So what often happens is that there is no efficiency. That's why it is important to understand how much did it cost to the society. And now I'm looking at the state of State Chancellery and the State Revenue Service, because then I want to ask, and I want to give you the floor, to give you the opportunity to ask the question.
Probably after this conversation, I will have a separate conversation with Arnis. I am the Director General of the State Revenue Service. We keep talking. We are identifying problems. We are finding causes why we are not doing something. We quote legislator guidelines, also government decisions on increase in remuneration. I know that we have representatives from companies here and also people from public administration. And sometimes those public administration people say, politicians decided on this. These are the laws that we have. Well, let's pull ourselves together. Forget what the politicians say. Let's take a look at those laws. Understand what are the obstacles there. We have to go for changes. We want to be respected. Of course, I want to be loved, but it's very difficult to love the State Revenue Service. But let's get to work. And we should stop this narrative, everything is bad. And also, heads of institutions of public administration, you can do this. Just do it. and the state chancellery will support you, and the politicians will support you. They want these changes. But politicians don't want to be the ones saying, Briede, you do this, Raivis, you do that. And believe me, we will have the support from the politicians and from society. This is what is expected of us. We just have to do, but you have to start with your own institution. And you should, as you were just saying, in New Zealand, they just cut 10%. We've been through this. This is not the best solution. Each institution knows what it might not do, where the bureaucracy could be reduced. We should decrease internal bureaucracy, and that would also decrease the external one. We ask people to spend so much time with all kinds of reports and documents, but this is but the civil servants are the ones who are drafting the laws. And next year, when we meet here again, I hope that we will have other people from public administration who will report back and say, this is what I already did. So let's get down to work. Raivis, you got up to answer the question. Or, well, no, it's very hard to, because everything was just said. The processing was mentioned and all this. Indeed, we have information systems through which we exchange data, and we have also a central financial and this agreement and project agency. It's a very good system. And why do we want to then re-register something in our ministries? If we have everything already in that database, we can make our processes more effective. We shouldn't do anything that is redundant. And as just Briede said, we can approach and invite other institutions. And now we are in this crisis, and the economy is stating that public administration is too heavy a burden, but we should become more effective. We should not create obstacles for businesses and for competition. We could review our processes and move on. And it's very difficult now for me to reword what was just said by Briede, to get up, take the flag, and move on. Mr. Mezanis. Well, the first step should be taken by the politicians. Politicians will always be responsible for everything, whether we have been there or not. We will always be responsible for the ministries, for all the issues of our political parties. Being the parliamentary secretary of the Ministry of Economics, what I hear, and I can agree to what the Director General of the State Revenue Service said, is the following. The civil service should also start assuming responsibility. Maybe it sounds harsh, what I'm saying, and this responsibility should be total. I think it will help us. If it's not, for example, I am drafting a legal act. I am asking the opinion of the State Revenue Service. I will ask perhaps also the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Perhaps I could ask the Ministry of Justice to explain how the legal provisions would be interpreted. And so we are moving in this kind of spiral of increasing bureaucracy. We want to get answers from everyone. And we as politicians cannot give any tasks to the heads of independent institutions. We can do this only via legislation. And sometimes we have those cases which lead to bureaucracy. Some kind of instructions are given through a law, which is later supervised by the State Audit Office. This is a fundamental problem. We need agile approach to decreasing bureaucracy. We have to keep re-auditing all the time our processes. I sometimes do things which a parliamentary secretary should not be involved in. But the idea is that I have to be from A to Z in all the processes to understand the problems. Well, you mentioned the civil service. I remember that on the second week of November, we are convening this council on reforming civil service. And we really have to look at these processes as well. So my reflection is that this is indeed another process that we should activate. Thank you for the patience. Now your question. Arnis Janovs, Association of Latvian Startups, chairperson of the board. What the State Revenue Service said, start doing. My question is, perhaps we can stop doing something. Because all those who are doing this job, we are thinking how to make it more effective, how to optimize it, but there's regulation why they are doing this. If we have concerns about shadow economy, we have to check some reports. If we have support for startups, someone has to say whether this is a startup or not a startup. If someone gets trauma on a swing, then you again have to get some seal stating that this is safe. And, well, we might say, this seems sufficiently good to us. That's enough. But are there any mechanisms in public administration that would allow us to say what we might stop doing? And this is the last question. We have only 2 minutes left. So 30 seconds, half a minute for each of you. Actually, this is a matter of audit of functions. Should we engage in comprehensive function audit in public administration? So we have half a minute for each of you. Actually, I tried to say exactly this in my previous comment. This audit, first of all, will be mandatory because financing will be restricted, requirements will be increased with respect to those services which public administration is providing to inhabitants. So, but the financing, the amount of financing will be limited. So all the ministries will have this compulsory voluntary process to go through this. Regarding comprehensive functional audit, I would say that most probably you have to try to solve this problem piece by piece. Otherwise, we would never end getting ready for comprehensive audit. But a very small aspect which was not mentioned at all. But public administration should also be honest. And we shouldn't be abusive in our actions. And well, sometimes we speak about some very clear rules of the game. And even if we sort of limit them, we must be aware that the society will be very intolerant to the situations when the system is abused.
Latvia.
Yeah, just one small thing about that, about the audit. I think it's always a good idea anyways to stop and to think about what goes right and what goes wrong. One is just to be careful that audit is often associated, unfortunately, with police and sanctions and punishment. And I think successful audits have tended also to be focused more on cooperation, like maybe putting less the attention on what needs to be stopped and punished, and so that those who are audited also have incentives to cooperate and try to identify innovative solutions that would solve problems.
Okay, thank you.
And now we will give again the last word to civil servant number 1. Of course, we need a functional audit, and I agree to what Ms. Wilke said, not everything at once, but priority should be given to those sectors which are important not to slow down the economy. We should really look at the redundant functions that we could give up in order to promote economic development. And then we would move on. Just to see what kind of chunk we can bite off within a year or 2 years. But we have to understand this ourselves. Thank you, and I would like to thank all the members of the panel discussion. Thank you.
Labi, un mums tagad jāatgriežās auditorijā, jo atnāks.
And now we come back. We have to return to our seats because now the stage will be rearranged to make this environment comfortable for Andris Sauka, who is the chairperson of our commission and the president. I assume that these three topics that we were discussing today also will be discussed in this conversation. What was the topic of our first panel discussion? Innovations. Innovations. Transfer of knowledge between universities and the industry. In the second part, which was moderated by Arkādijs, we spoke about data, accessibility, availability of data, and the way we use data. And finally, which I still remember quite well, during the third panel discussion, we were speaking about public administration and matters of effectiveness in public administration. And to conclude this part, well, Arnis probably will return to these issues. So I will ask now Arni to come here. Perhaps you can come and get the stage ready, and we are waiting for the president. Arnis, you have a mic. I have a mic. I have a baritone voice. Perhaps we can sing. So now singing probably. The president is ready. And with this, I am finishing my work as a moderator. The president is coming back. I am taking a rest. And I leave this last conversation for Arnis.
Thank you so much for moderating the panel. And it's not difficult to remain seated. Yeah, we have discussed a lot of important issues, and sometimes it's important to stop thinking and then putting together things. But President, you wanted to say that this fireside chat will be with mean and difficult questions. So I'm just thinking, what kind of grilling questions I can start with. So maybe the first question, what is the fundamental thing? What is the fundamental thing that makes us is involved in our competitiveness? What are we even talking about, those completely difficult issues? What are the good things that we have done so that we can actually talk about the next steps? So what are the first things that you can talk about regarding this point? Well, it's a good question, actually, and a little bit unexpected, honestly. I think one of the good things is the fact that when we regained independence, we were able to start a lot of things anew, from zero. I remember really well how interesting it was to compare development of the financial sector here in Latvia, which we had to jump over several developmental phases. And I remember that at that time when people were still writing checks in the States, and even when we're buying something very small in a shop. So one thing I have to talk about is the fact that we were very much willing to become a part of the EU and of NATO, and this is what mobilized us. This is something that helped us to really do things as efficiently as we can. Another point is the potential of people. And we should not evaluate ourselves too low. We have to understand our potential. Another thing is we are a small country. So in a small country, it's possible to do things differently. It's impossible to change things. So what was not so good is maybe we have that mentality. And this is also in one of the sayings that we have in Latvian. It's important to take things slow. So before you cut, it's important to measure 7 times. So I think this whole measuring several times before we cut is something that is actually hurting us. So what happens is that we are still checking and rechecking things before we start doing. We have to mobilize ourselves faster and start doing things. Another point, that maybe what we lack is the synergy between our day-to-day needs and political decision-making and political implementation of the decision. Okay. Yeah, we have already talked about it, and we will be able also with you, we'll be able to discuss those issues. Maybe it was a bit unexpected, but maybe not so much of it unexpected. We have talked a lot about public administration. We talked about bureaucracy, efficiency. We talked about data and other related issues. You have been working in public administration for many years. So from your point of view, not from a presidential point of view, but generally looking around at the public administration that you can see. So what are the things that should not be present in a public administration? Then, of course, we can ask the businessmen whether they agree with you. Well, I do have this unique opportunity. For 13 years, I was a state secretary, and then for 12 years, I was a minister. And then I remember this British TV show, Yes, Minister, Yes, Prime Minister, and I have been on both sides. And so, if necessary, I would be able to fool any minister. And the question that has always been asked, if I don't like something, then the question is, the minister wants to be back in office after the next election, and that works. And that works so much better than the businessman, the academia, and your ideas, what is good and bad. And I think this is the negative part. So from the minister point of view, yes. Quite often I was very disturbed by the things that were being done that I was myself doing as a state secretary. So when somebody has been trying to tell me something that I did not particularly like. So sometimes, yeah, bureaucracy does help. But at the same time, from the experience point of view, and I will try to kind of give point by point, and if you ask additional questions, then I will give broader answer. So one thing, whether we like it or not, is that bureaucracy has a good role in public administration, but sometimes it is playing a bad game. So on one hand, policy implementation is done by bureaucracy, and also it is an opportunity to make sure that there are systemically no bad decisions. So, of course, politicians, they have to react on the triggers. And sometimes those are real problems, sometimes they're imagined problems that the politicians are reacting to, and they have to react. And then they are trying to find a solution for a very narrow situation, and then there's always this conflict between the decision that you are making by when you are trying to solve a small problem. Is this the same situation when we have to change the whole system? Another point, and it's very common. I think some time ago in this respect, public administration had a better situation in this respect. Is that we do have politicians changing, and the ministers who have stayed in their ministry for the whole period of 4 years. And then there are some ministers who have stayed in their capacity for 12 years, and some ministers who have only stayed a couple of months. But what happens is that when ministers change, quite often, what happens that we do not bring the result of a lot of initiatives, because the bureaucratic system looks at the ministers saying, okay, you're not the first, not the last. So that's what the bureaucrats could say, we're not doing anything. So what happens is that quite often on the political level, we have the willingness to take good steps, to do good things. But then we start, and sometimes what happens is that the officials, they start changing things, but then there is a change of ministers. I'm looking at Mrs. Chaksha, who used to be a minister of health and also now is a minister of education. It is a difficult ministry to lead, because what happens is that the idea is good, but at the same time, the system of education is quite rigid. And then I also am looking at the state control representatives. And I know you have talked about it also in your audits. You quite often see that maybe there is a situation when we don't even understand what is actually happening because the policies are not getting implemented. And I would say this is our sorrow. This is something that we are not happy about. We don't have this sequence of events. But then the next question, how do we solve it? Some people think that we should switch to maybe like technical government or majority systems, or maybe we can come up with this artificial intelligence official, and this is the Minister of Economy came up with that. Well, maybe, but at least for some time, the artificial intelligence will not be able to come instead of politicians. I think for politicians it's important, this emotional part, because it's important that our citizens, they get responses from people, from ministers, from the president. Yes, we talked about bureaucracy a lot, and down his hours when moderating his panel, he was also talking about it. Then there were some ideas that were easier to understand for me. I'm not part of public administration, but what is important for me to understand, and I wanted to ask, and I don't know, maybe what the businessmen are thinking about. So to what extent officials are able to reduce bureaucracy? Maybe we will get to the point that when trying to reduce bureaucracy, there will be a new layer of bureaucracy on top of it. So somebody will criticize something, somebody will say that some things are working well, and that will be it. So, for example, if we're talking about shadow economy, yes, we want to reduce shadow economy, and we understand that the shadow economy itself cannot reduce the shadow economy, and maybe that's the same with bureaucracy. The bureaucracy itself cannot reduce the bureaucracy. So basically, the state administration itself, how much can be done within the administration so that bureaucracy is decreased? Or maybe we should be looking at the state chancellery. Maybe they should be the ones who are leading the process. Otherwise, nothing is happening. We have a lot of experts we can talk about. Well, what we heard this morning is that we are able to write and describe the problem very nicely, but are we able to provide the solution? It's very difficult, in fact. Yeah, bureaucracy itself cannot decrease the bureaucracy, and it will not be able to limit itself. Bureaucracy is basically producing itself. It's multiplying itself. In the Sigulda parish, I talked with the local administration, and they said said that there should be a need to create a center of bureaucracy reduction as part of the state president working institutions. And I said, no, this is not an institution we should have. So what we need is the political will and then very strictly implementation, because there are two things that is very characteristic to us. So if we see some imperfections or maybe even some infringements, or we can see that some funds have not been used efficiently, then there are two classic answers. So first one is to find out who is involved, and then of course to punish them. And sometimes, yes, it is correctly the way to do, because it's a criminal punishment that should be. But then the second answer is to write a new instruction or to have a description of a certain process. I think it's not helping. I think we have to understand whether that was just a genuine mistake or a lack of common sense. or maybe did something else. And we have to understand how can we reduce the opportunity that this will happen in the future again. So one thing is true is that we should be able to identify what are the things, what are the functions that we expect from a certain institution or from a certain department, and then we should not be able to let it be reduced to producing another report. So right now we can see that we have to work on small things, and then the snowball effect should work. Right now I don't believe in huge plans of reducing bureaucracy, and just recently I was again told that there will be new changes to the law, and I can see that it doesn't work actually. So what I want, within half a year, there should be 3 things that we are able to do. Why should we decrease, and how should we decrease? If, for example, some procedures are decreased, and also people should be decreased. Yeah, this is actually also we saw in our research, because we could see that in the construction sector that it is necessary to decrease bureaucracy. Yeah, but the companies they still keeping saying that within the construction process, bureaucracy is still a huge problem. But we will be able soon to come up, because we will have the results of our research in like November, December. We will be able to give you good data. Another point that has been raised is interaction between the ministries and institutions. And we have discussed that quite a lot, actually. And there were several people who have participated in the hackathon, and Liene Briede was the one who moderated it. And maybe you remember what we talked about is that, and it was the question that has not been answered at that point, but maybe we could identify the steps altogether. What can we do so that in the state administration, it would not be even possible to make a decision that is not data-based? So, of course, it is related to bureaucracy. Of course, it is related to some other things, also to the general director expressed recently. Because what happens, we start doing something in our area, but how can we really arrive at this wise state administration?
What would a data-based decision would look like? Well, like this, not just taken out of blue air. That we look at statistics and my Scandinavian colleagues will know better from Stockholm School of Economics. They are regularly they are providing analysis for political parties, for politicians. I'm not saying that everything in Latvia is decided on just like that, and the decisions are not data-based at all. But, or perhaps we should ask the audience for help in answering this question. What's your opinion? What would a data-based decision look like? Without this slogan, I've heard lots of slogans. I even recall during the COVID times, we had those data-based decisions, and the ending was not that spectacular. Briede. Well, on the basis of my experience, I am among those who consider that bureaucratical organization can reduce bureaucracy. And I'm speaking about the State Revenue Service. We are not writing plans, but we just go step by step. If we see this kind of loop, or we are asking for, requesting too many things from companies, and if we see that we can reduce something, we are doing it immediately. But data-based, I would never agree that you just have to cut proportionally employees. Well, but solution is we went through all processes within the State Revenue Service and assessed their effectiveness. If the decision-taking is more expensive than you contribute, we have measured it in terms of time and money, then we don't do it. we are not really examining receipts in the amount of €5. We are not doing this. And this has been measured, and we define targets that we are going to. And this process has to be much cheaper and more productive. And then we can say we are not doing this. And then we are reducing the number of civil servants who are doing this. Perhaps we have to invest in automating and digitalizing processes. But this will bring returns in the long term and also in the short term. These are the data on the basis of which we take decisions, and we are reducing bureaucracy. I see that Ms. Chaksh also wants to ask a question. I would mention one example. It all would be fine, data-based decision definitely would be rational and pragmatic, but there will be one problem, the network of schools, reducing the number of schools, in fact. A very good offer to look at the number of pupils attending the school, and unfortunately, because of the demographic situation, how many pupils the school would have within 7 years, how to organize quality education throughout Latvia, or not only in Riga and regions, but I will add two questions which are not data-based. This will not be data, but very, very complicated political choices. What are we going to do with the eastern border of Latvia? Data-based approach would mean closing all the schools, and really a very emotional shock. People would say you are emptying out rural regions in Latvia. And then take a look at the artificial intelligence. It would offer reforming all the schools, but you have living people and politicians who want to be re-elected, people who have given them their mandate, also those people who live close to the eastern border. I don't think whether in all cases those very strict data-based approach would function. I remember that the Ministry of Education decreased the criteria, or the minister herself can speak about this. And then also a very similar thing. That's in healthcare. So I think that, yes, indeed, if we would get rid of data feudalism and they would have access to data and deal with the data, everyone, researchers also, not only public institutions, that would be very helpful. Of course, if we look from this perspective, education and security, well, but sometimes we can really take erroneous decisions, but then to decide what should be done with schools, with primary schools, with universities in different regions, but we have to use different kind of data, educational data, security data, demographic data. That's the gist of it. And we didn't speak as much as I would want it to speak about cooperation, effective cooperation. Several previous directors generals have said that that they've had different kind of ideas, but there's some lack of sort of governance. Talking about artificial intelligence, you actually also spoke about this. And this is also data-related and also some governance, so management, also cooperation between different sectors. And also at the Competitiveness Commission, we spoke about it, and you spoke about it in Germany and in the United States. What should be the main steps that the country, the state, should take to move on with this? And perhaps what the state should not do, what the private sector, the companies will do. Actually, as we arrived at the idea of Center of Artificial Intelligence from discussions on security. The very first discussion was on artificial intelligence as a form of cooperation between science and businesses. Actually, my approach was that this was a very dangerous tool that could be used to interfere in our political and electoral processes, as we saw in Slovakia. We started discussing this with many institutions, including Corruption Prevention and Combating Bureau. We understood that we lacked experts and we had no understanding how to deal with it. But we saw the danger. And we understood that we lacked knowledge, we lacked experts, and so we came to the next step. We understood that we have to deal with it somehow by sort of uniting the 3 universities and also speaking to external experts. Currently, indeed, all these major universities sat down at a table without this traditional competition. And so then we came to the very last question, what the role of the state was. Now, definitely, I wouldn't want to have the Center of Artificial Intelligence as another state institution which will be producing papers and sending requests to all and sound to everyone. I would like to have the best of the best in our center, cooperating with partners in America, in Europe, and also cooperate with the industry, with different companies. And then there's another aspect. If we look at it from the perspective of defense, artificial intelligence is really now developing very fast in drone warfare and in other sectors. And it is really facilitating research, academic work, and also training of students, providing competencies and expertise when we have to understand what kind of threats to our security we have, and also people who are able to work with partners on regulation. I saw in America that Europe is lagging behind, but there are 2 things which we really have to deal with in Europe. We have to find ways how to adjust our privacy policy with what is happening in real life, especially by developing artificial intelligence. We have to think about copyright and so on. And another point, industry itself is ready to work on regulation, understanding all the danger. It is vice versa with social network platforms. So I don't know how it will look like in the end. We have budget money and money coming from companies, but this should be really institution without bureaucracy. I now see that 2 ministers are competing and they are looking for the best solutions. In summer, it was really hard to set things going. Now continuing about the economy and safety. In the keynote speech, economic security was defined as a concept. And of course, you have to pay for security and big money. We would prefer investing into education and science and healthcare, but if we have now serenity, then it will not, other things won't amount to much. And so the questions are put how to invest in security, but at the same time developing also economy. And quite often private sector is mentioned, including small and medium companies who become involved in these safe security solutions and giving their contribution. We were now discussing art and security. We know this case, like an old tank as an installation, and it all costs almost 200 euros. But are we thinking about it, you as a president, in your agenda? Do you encounter this, that we have to think about security and investments, but we still also have to think about innovations and startups and so on? How much have you been dealing with it? Well, I've been thinking a lot. It's high time I started doing something. But the problem is that many people have understood, that the coming most probably 10 years, and this is a very optimistic point of view, will be complicated, and they will be very complicated. And Latvia needs also defense industry for two reasons. What is called in sort of posh language security of supply chains. We should be able to produce certain things without relying and sort of expecting that in a critical moment everything would be supplied to us. I think this is clear to the Ministry of Economics and Defense, and it's clear to Europe, but we have been very slow in setting things into motion. And another point, we met here in Riga Castle with defense industry, with the ministers also. So, but what's the result? We used to have only one federation, then three associations or federations participate in the meeting. Now I've heard that the fourth federation has been established. I have no problems with that, but we see certain fragmentation without the industry. And everyone would be sort of happy to speak with a smaller number of players. But okay, we cannot regulate industry. And yet we see the legal frameworks. I haven't expressing compliments, but I really liked the letter from the state audit when this defense corporation had decided to start its activities by purchasing 5 electric cars. That also showed the approach. We have state here and the private sector, and of course each players have their own tasks. But sometimes we see this problem that startups and the industries, they are trying to offer something. But it's not that the defense forces would need everything that is offered by industry. Not everything would be suitable for Ukraine. The drones are developing so fast that if we would go through all those procurement and tender procedures and we would support some research activities, it might happen that within 6 months we will just write off this money because the situation would have developed in a way that the battlefield would have different needs. We should be able to admit, yeah, this was a mistake. This seemed to be very, very promising, but the experience of Ukraine or the experience of Israel show something else. And it still would be better if we would be able to sit at the same table and to speak with all those different sectors of defense industry and understand what they can offer, and if our ministry could define better what is required, and also how to achieve this flexibility, and to understand that perhaps some kind of trend or some kind of direction was very promising, but is no longer like this, and we have to rechannel resources. And another thing that we have not fully understood is speaking about economic security. We have 2 very promising sort of directions. Energy, it's part of security, like defense industry. Quite recently, we were dependent upon Russia, but now we have to have very clear energy policy. And the other one is defense ministry. So we have this conversation between the state and the ministries. We also have the Ministry of Economics. We have to understand what the industry can offer, where we find the money, how we really follow those best practice examples.
Really?
You know how things are with the defense industry. There was one company who said that we has been asking a license for a year and we cannot get the license. And I know that we are still, they are still trying to fight whether the license is necessary. Mr. President, we have so many questions actually regarding state administration about the possibility to accept risks and not to face punishment. about that we have to think that we want to achieve things, and also the opportunity to work together with our neighbors, with other Baltic countries, and artificial intelligence, about external policies. We would be able to speak a lot, but unfortunately, we have limited time. Our resources are limited. This is an economic definition in itself. So the last questions, coming back, I'm not sure who of the speakers actually mentioned it, but the point was, as I remember, is that it was said that if you have ambitions and nobody's laughing about it, this is not an ambition. So if we come back here, could you please make everybody laugh and say what is the ambition that should be done of the things so that we can foster competitiveness in any issues? So what would be the things that would warm your heart? Well, one thing I can tell you is that in 2 years we will definitely see each other again. Well, there have been several discussion points that we have talked about. When I worked with the government, I said that by 2030, we want to achieve the level of welfare of the rest of the EU. Yes, right now the economic development is deficient. Yeah, we have speaking about doubling our gross product. So what can I say is that if we were able to make sure that GDP increase a year could be something like 4%, and then it would be based on information technologies and also energy policy, also the defense industry. So basically on all of those points and all the opportunities to export, to be part of the export market, I have actually become more humble within this year. But, well, you can see people are laughing, even though I keep saying that maybe in a year we'll be even more humble. Well, in a way, they're kind of smirking. Not that much is laughing. But, well, with what we see happening in the world, within 2 years, within a couple of years, to achieve economic growth that is not so much based on increase in the public sector, but on an increase in the real economy. So the 4% per year of GDP increase within 2 years would give us the feeling that we have actually done something well. Otherwise, we are in this catch-22 situation. And that would be good if we could get out of it. Because right now, in our thinking also, we are stagnating. We keep saying that it's not good, and we come up with trying to come up with solutions, but we're not able to concentrate, to focus on the things that we really need to focus on. And I have talked with the government, and I remember when they started, they had 4 or 5 tasks to do those things short term. So after the budget is accepted, I hope it will be again like 4 or 5 things that should be done quickly. And we're not talking about, changing big things, but small things. Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. President. And I'm sorry if some of the questions fired at you were a little bit mean, but in general, yes, this is the point when we were able to close our forum. Thank you so much to everybody who has traveled here, and thank you to everybody who has organized, and thank you all for listening very attentively. Some of you maybe think that, yeah, I do know all those things. And as I say, quite often, those who are PhD students in industrial issues, they say, yes, if the glass is full, we are not able to fill it with anything. And some people say, yes, I know how to do things, but I know how to do things in a very specific time or in a very specific area. But now I have to come back a little bit and try to understand how things work in synergy. So I think this is also a part of the victorious thinking, that we should understand that we are able to utilize our resources in the academic field and also in the politics and in any. So from my side, I also want to say thank you so much for staying with us for the whole day. After this forum, we will definitely sit together with Mr. Sauka and with everybody else who were part of it, so that we can say what are the takeaways. So thank you so much, Mr. Sauka, for the hackathon and also for this forum. And we should be able to see how can we make sure that those ideas become reality. But as I also said at the very outset, we have to start with something. And we have already done a lot, definitely. But, and if we start doing things, then we can achieve a lot. Thank you so much for being with us.
Yeah, Daunis negrib.
Daunis doesn't want to do that, but now he will be the one telling us what to do. So there is a coffee and maybe some snacks.